The House will come to order. Members, today let's pause for a brief meditation. Let us bow our heads for a brief meditation or moment of reflection and thanks in our own individual traditions. Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will take the roll. Members, when the chief clerk calls the roll today to establish a quorum, please state your name, your location, and that you are present. Members using the remote voting application should also press the green or yes button when your name is called. The clerk will take the roll.
Acom.
Acom, Minnetonka, present.
Acom, Minnetonka, present. Egbadje.
Egbadje, Minneapolis, present.
They still got to answer their name. Egbadje, Minneapolis, present. Ackland.
Ackland, St. Peter, present.
Ackland.
Ackland, St. Peter, present.
Ackland, St. Peter, present. Albright. Albright, St. Paul, present. Anderson. Anderson, St. Paul, present. Backer. Backer. Bonner. Bonner. Barr.
Barr, East Bethel, present.
Barr, East Bethel, present. Baker. Baker. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, Clark County, present.
Becker Finn, Clark County, present. Bennett. Bennett. Berg.
Berg, Rogers, present.
Rogers. What's that? Berg, Rogers, present. Bernardy. Bernardy, St. Paul, present. Bierman. Bierman, St. Paul, present. Bliss. Bliss. Bow.
Bow, Carver County, present.
Bow, Carver County, present. Bolden.
Bolden, St. Paul, present.
Bolden, St. Paul, present. Burkle. Burkle, St. Paul, present. Carlson. Carlson. Christensen. Christensen. Christensen, St. Paul, present. Daniels. Daniels, St. Paul, present. Dowd.
Gomez.
Dowd. Davids. Davids excused. Davney.
Daphne, Minneapolis, present.
Davnan, Minneapolis, present. Damath. Damath, St. Paul, present. Detmer. Detmer, St. Paul, present. Drzkowski.
Drzkowski, Winona, present.
Drzkowski, Winona, present. Eklund. Eklund, St. Paul, present. Edelson.
Edelson, Edina, present.
Edelson, Edina, present. Elkins.
Elkins, St. Paul, present.
What do you got? Elkins, St. Paul, present. Erickson.
She just came in, but she can't because it closed.
Erickson.
Oh, let me.
Feist.
Feist, New Brighton, present.
Feist, New Brighton, present. Fisher.
Fisher, St. Paul, present.
Fisher, St. Paul, present. Frankie. Frankie. Franzen.
Franson, Alexandria Township, present.
Franzen, Alexandria Township, present. Frazier.
Fraser, Hennepin County, present.
Frazier, Hennepin County, present. Frederick.
Frederick, Eagle Lake, present.
Frederick, Eagle Lake, present. Freiburg.
Freiburg, Golden Valley, present.
Freiburg, Golden Valley, present. Garofalo. I don't have, who is it? Garofalo. Gomez. Gomez. Green. Green, St. Paul, present. Greenman.
Greenman, Minneapolis, present.
Greenman, Minneapolis, present. Grossel. Grossel, St. Paul, present. Gruenhagen. Gruenhagen, St. Paul, present. Haley. Haley, St. Paul, present. Hamilton.
Hamilton, Cottonwood County, present.
Hamilton, Cottonwood County, present. Hanson R. Hanson R, St. Paul, present. Hanson J.
Hanson J. Burnsville, present.
Hanson J, Burnsville, present. Hassan.
Hassan, Minneapolis, present.
Hassan, Minneapolis, present. Hausman.
Hausman, St. Paul, present.
Hausman, St. Paul, present. Heinrich. Heinrich, St. Paul, present. Heinzman. Heinzman, St. Paul, present. Her.
Her, St. Paul, present.
Her, St. Paul, present. Hertos. Where is he? Hertos, St. Paul, present. Hollins.
Holland, St. Paul, present.
Hollins, St. Paul, present. Hornstein. Hornstein, St. Paul, present. Howard.
Howard, St. Paul, present.
Howard, St. Paul, present. Hewitt.
Hewitt, Rosemount, present.
Hewitt, Rosemount, present. Igo. Igo, St. Paul, present. Johnson.
Members, it's getting a little loud in the chamber. The clerk needs to hear members' names, their locations, and whether they are present. So please take your conversations off of the House floor.
Johnson, St. Paul, present. Jordan. Jordan, St. Paul, present. Jurgens. Jurgens, St. Paul, present. Keeler. Keeler, St. Paul, present. Keel. Keel, St. Paul, present. Cleavorn.
Cleavorn, St. Paul, present.
Cleavorn, St. Paul, present. Cagle. Cagle, St. Paul, present. Katiza-Watun.
Katiza-Watun, Eden Prairie, present.
Katiza-Watun, Eden Prairie, present. Kosnick.
Cosnick, Dakota County, present.
Kosnick, Dakota County, present. Creshaw.
Okay.
Creshaw. Lee.
Paul, present.
Was that Lee?
Lee, St. Paul, present.
Lee, St. Paul, present. Liebling.
Liebling, Rochester, present.
Liebling, Rochester, present. Lillie. Lillie, St. Paul, present. Lippert. Lippert, St. Paul, present. Lissegard. Lissegard, St. Paul, present. Long. Long, St. Paul, present. Lucero.
Lucero, Capitol Steps, present.
Lucero, St. Paul, present. Lewick. Lewick, St. Paul, present. Mariani.
Mariani, St. Paul, present.
Mariani, St. Paul, present. Marquardt.
Marquardt, Dunn Township, present.
What township? Marquardt, Dunn Township, present. Mason.
Mason, Egan, present.
Mason, Egan, present. McDonald.
McDonald, Wright County, present.
McDonald, Wright County, present. Mecklin. Mecklin. Mecklin, St. Paul, present. Miller. Miller, St. Paul, present. Moeller.
Moeller, Edina, present.
Moeller, Edina, present. Moran,
Moran, St. Paul, present.
Moran, St. Paul, present. Morrison,
Morrison, Deep Haven, present.
Morrison, Deep Haven, present. Mortensen,
Mortensen, Scott County, present.
Mortensen, Scott County, present. Mueller, Mueller, St. Paul, present. Munson,
Munson, Lincoln Township, present.
Munson, Lincoln Township, present. Murphy, Murphy, St. Paul, present. Nash, Nash, Nelson M.
Nelson M., Brooklyn Park, present.
Nelson M. Brooklyn Park, present. Nelson N. Nelson N. Nash. Nash, St. Paul, present. New Brindley. New Brindley. Noor.
No, Minneapolis, present.
Noor, Minneapolis, present. Novotny. Novotny, St. Paul, present. O'Driscoll.
Driscoll, Stearns County, present.
O'Driscoll, Stearns County, present. Olson B. Olson B, St. Paul, present. Olson L.
Olson L. Duluth, present.
Olson L, Duluth, present. O'Neill. O'Neill, St. Paul, present. Pulowski.
Pulowski, Winona, present.
Pulowski, Winona, present. Petersburg.
Petersburg, Waseca, present.
Petersburg, Waseca, present. Farr. Farr, St. Paul, present. Pearson.
Pearson, Rochester Fest, present.
Pearson, Rochester, present. Pinto.
Pinto, St. Paul, present.
Pinto, St. Paul, present. Poston.
Poston, Cass County, present.
Poston, Cass County, present. Pryor.
Pryor, Minnetonka, present.
Pryor, Minnetonka, present. Quam. Quam. Raleigh. Raleigh, St. Paul, present. Rasmussen. Rasmussen, St. Paul, present. Ryer.
Pryor, Egan, present.
Ryer, Egan, present. Richardson.
Richardson, Mendota Heights, present.
Richardson, Mendota Heights, present. Robbins.
Robbins, Hennepin County, present.
Robbins, Hennepin County, present. Sandell. Sandell, St. Paul, present. Sandsted.
Sandsted, Mackinnon, present.
Sandsted, Mackinnon, present. Schumacher.
Schumacher, Laverne, present.
Schumacher, Laverne, present. Schultz.
Schultz, Maricopa County, present.
Schultz, Maricopa County, present. Scott. Scott, St. Paul, present. Stevenson. Stevenson, St. Paul, present. Sundin.
Sundin, St. Paul, present.
Sundin, St. Paul, present. Swazinski.
Swazinski, Lincoln County, present.
Swazinski, Lincoln County, present. Tice.
Tice, St. Cloud, present.
Tice, St. Cloud, present. Thompson. Thompson. Torkelson. Torkelson, St. Paul, present. Erdahl. Erdahl, St. Paul, present. Vang. Vang, St. Paul, present. Waslowick.
Waslowick, White Bear Township, present.
Waslowick, White Bear Township, present. West.
West, Anoka County, present.
West, Anoka County, present. Winkler. Winkler, St. Paul, present. Walgamot. Walgamot, St. Paul, present. Zhang Jie.
Zhang Jie, St. Paul, present.
Zhang Jie, St. Paul, present. Zhang Ti.
Zhang T, St. Paul, present.
Zhang Ti, St. Paul, present. Joachim.
Joachim, Crow Wing County, present.
Joachim, Crow Wing County. Speaker Hartman. Speaker Hartman, St. Paul, present.
Bliss, Beltrami County, present.
Bliss, Beltrami County, present. Doubt.
Grisha. Backer.
Doubt, St. Paul,
Backer, Browns
present.
Valley, present.
I don't know who that is.
Whoops.
Nelson N.
Backer.
St. Paul, present.
Backer, Browns Valley, present.
Backer, Browns Valley, present. Bennett.
Creeshaw.
Bennett,
Morrison
St.
County
Paul,
present.
present. Creeshaw.
Creeshaw, Morrison County present.
Creeshaw, Morrison County, present. New Brindley. New Brindley, St. Paul, present. I think we're good.
Bonner, present.
Who? Bonner.
Carlsbad, present.
Carlstead. Bonner.
Bonner, Carlsbad, present.
Bonner, present.
Gomez, Minneapolis, present.
Gomez, Minneapolis, present.
The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House, Special Session 2021, 5th day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Friday, June 18th, 2021.
If there is no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order of the business is online. If there is no objection, the reports will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the reports are adopted. Second reading of House files.
Second reading, House File number 1.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File number 4.
Second reading. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The chief clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction and first reading of House Files 49 through 50.
First reading, House files 49 through 50. We're going to do these because we didn't get there yesterday. Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail.
Winkler moves that House File number 7 be taken from the table.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, members, this is the higher ed bill. I ask for your support.
Representative Winkler moves to take the higher education bill from the table. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that the motion to re-refer House File 7 to committee be tabled.
Representative Winkler moves that the motion to re-refer be tabled. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Winkler. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bernardy moves to amend House File number 7 as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Bernardy, we'll have you explain your amendment, and then we'll go to the amendment to the amendment. Representative Bernardy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment was brought to us by both the House and the Senate by nonpartisan staff. It is a minor technical change to fix a incorrect reference in Article 1, Section 39. This language has already been adopted in the Senate file at the finance hearing. Members, I encourage a yes vote.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Neill moves to amend the Bernardy amendment to House File number 7 as follows. The amendment to the amendment is coded A18.
Representative O'Neill. The member from Scott, Representative Albright, to the O'Neill amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment to the amendment that we are speaking to is the A18. Thank you. I'm sorry.
It's the A18. The underlying amendment is the A2.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to refer back to the author of the amendment to the amendment.
The member from Wright, Representative O'Neill, to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A18 is actually one of the most important amendments we're going to do today, and I alluded to it in my speech yesterday. It is so incredibly important because it contains $494 million of money that the Department of Higher Education, OHE, can just move around within those categories anywhere they want, anytime that they want. This is egregious. In fact, you know, I specifically asked the Department of Higher Education in committee in the informational hearing in the committee, what happens with the new money that we're doing for the foster kids? So that's the last in portion for foster care kids. And they said, well, just like all the other grant programs, and there's a whole long list, and I can read them again, it cancels back to the general fund. But this language in the bill on page 11, starting in line, well, it starts on page 10, line 29, the transfers. But the part that I'm most concerned about is on 11.1. And it allows the department to move that money from one grant to another. It says it's the state appropriations grants, which is a great deal of the money. That's $210 million in each year of the biennium. It is the interstate tuition reciprocity appropriation, the child care grant appropriation, the Indian scholarship appropriation, the state work study appropriation, the Get Ready appropriation, the intervention for college attendance appropriation, the student parent information appropriation, the summer academic enrichment program appropriation, the public safety officer survivors appropriation, and finally, the Fostering Independence Higher Education Grant Program. Again, $494 million that the department gets to decide where it gets to go. And it was completely counter to the testimony that we got in committee saying, well, those grants just cancel back to the general fund. Well, I would like the words on the paper to match the testimony. I talk about that in committee all of the time. The words on the paper must match the testimony. And the testimony by the commissioner himself was that these grants cancel back to the general fund. He didn't say anything about, well, you know, if this fund has got more money, we can shift it to this fund and this grant, and if that grant runs out of money, we'll take it from another grant. None of that was in his testimony. So what this amendment simply does is it removes the power of the executive branch, i.e. the governor, to move $494 million of money within those grant categories any way he wants to. Now, I think that the governor has had enough power. I think that he has had emergency powers for 15 months and enough is enough. Does he really need the power to move another nearly $500 million of money? Does he really need more power to do that? That is the question of this amendment today. I had already stopped a couple other provisions in the prior version of this bill in the House where the agency got to just set up a loan forgiveness program, whatever they wanted. It was very vague language. And I urged that to come out, and it did come out of the bill, but that came from the governor and his commissioner. There was another instance where he wanted to remove the cap on how much that we could do refinancing for loans. And he said, well, the commissioner says, well, you know, other states just remove the cap altogether and we can just sort of loan out whatever we feel like is necessary to refinance student loans. They wanted to take the cap also off of how much each loan could be. Maybe a student had $1 million worth of debt. He wanted the cap removed completely. Well, I took care of that in committee too, but these are one example after another of the governor wanting more power. And that's what this amendment does. It says, enough, you have enough power, you have had enough power. You do not need to transfer between all these accounts nearly $500 million of money. Members, when is enough enough? I say today is enough. You know, we've been talking on this House floor for quite some time. And the reason we've been talking on this House floor is because we need the governor and the legislature to end the emergency powers. And this is yet another example of administrative overreach. It's egregious. And it wasn't even discussed in committee. I did ask the question, to which I got the wrong answer. When is enough enough, members? When is the governor's power enough? I think today is the day that we say enough to the governor. This is one small thing we can do to push back the governor to say, no, you don't get to move money from one account to another to the $2.5 billion. Today is that day. Madam Speaker, I call for a roll call on this amendment because it is so incredibly important to the state of Minnesota.
Representative O'Neill requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting, we were talking about how many minority members we have on the Higher Ed Committee, and we actually are one of the larger committees. I have 8 members. That's a big committee. I'm also on Ways and Means, and we have 10 on Ways and Means, just to put that in perspective, and that's a very large committee. The other thing that you need to understand is this is the 3rd largest budget. I know we don't talk about higher education a whole lot, but it is a big, big budget. It is not 0.16% of the state budget. It's about 6%. It is $3.5 billion out of a $52 billion budget. $3.5 billion. And the governor just wants to move $500 million of that wherever he wants within those grant programs. Members, when's enough enough? Let's take this vote today and let's tell the governor that, no, you know what? This is the legislature decided how much is going to go into each of those grant categories. And it should be the legislature deciding that that's how much it needs, and that is how much should be in there. And if we need more, then we can see that on the bottom line. And if there's too much, it will cancel back. But we can't even see that because he's shifting money everywhere. So members, I ask you to vote yes with me to put this power back into the hands of the legislature. When we appropriate that money, it should stay in that account. It should not be shifting between a dozen accounts. How else will we, the legislature, know does it have enough money? We have no idea because it's been shifted all over the place. Please vote yes with me today to say, no, we are not going to let you transfer $500 million between accounts, however you feel like it. Members, vote yes with me today. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Bernardy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request a no vote.
The member from Anoka, Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do stand in support of the O'Neill amendment to the amendment. Members, here we are, right smack in the middle, in the midst of a non-emergency when it comes to COVID. But we are in a pandemic, make no mistake, of burdensome student debt and useless degrees. Members, I support the the O'Neill amendment to the amendment because as taxpayers, we should all be concerned about subsidizing degrees that just lead to debt. I'm so glad, Representative O'Neill, that you did work on the cap. That's completely ridiculous. We pat kids on the back over and over again and send them off to school and tell them to follow their dreams. And all too often, what do they get? They come back with a woke education in who knows what, with massive amounts of student debt, with an inability to get a job in the real world or start a business in the real world and be productive members of society. Instead, we hear them clamoring over and over again for somebody else to take care of the responsibility that they have to pay off the debt they signed on the dotted line for. I loved your talk yesterday, Representative Albright, about the responsibility that these students take on. Members, Madam Speaker, in our college campuses, we're learning how to be offended, professionally offended. We're learning who's the oppressor and who's the oppressed. We're not learning problem solving. We're not learning critical thinking skills. We're learning speech codes and safe spaces. When it comes to taxpayer-subsidized education, there needs to be a link to our economy, members. Now, I have two higher education schools in the district that I represent in the city of Anoka. We have, they're not four-year universities, but we have Anoka Ramsey Community College and Anoka Technical College. Now, Anoka Technical College, what a great resource for our community. I wish more kids were getting pats on the back, say, hey, go get some education from Anoka Technical College in our area. We have a vibrant business community in the district that I represent, and that school not only helps our community with well-qualified employees and future entrepreneurs and people with real critical thinking skills and problem-solving skills. They not only help the businesses in the district that I represent, but they help businesses throughout this state and throughout the country. Now, at Anoka Technical College, there's a nursing program, a very well-known and excellent nursing program. We do information technology management, automotive technology, behavioral health and human services, construction engineering, manufacturing, health science technology. Members, I'm familiar with this place because I took a few classes from this school at Anoka Tech. But also over the years, that's the community I lived in, or I do live in still today. And I plowed their parking lot in the winter. And I don't know, Madam Speaker, if you know this, but I do asphalt work and concrete work for a living when I'm not here in the state legislature representing my constituents. And very familiar with that campus. And the other campus over at Anoka Ramsey Community College, I actually went to, so I graduated high school in '98, and I went to school over there for a year. And one day my friend and I were walking through Northtown Mall in Coon Rapids. I don't know if maybe some members over here have been. I know Representative Stevenson's been there. Oh, it's in Blaine, actually. I apologize. Thank you for that correction, Representative Stevenson. So I'm walking through there with a buddy of mine, and we saw two Marines in their dress blues. And that's something I always felt like, you know, I have to do, there's some duty to your country. My grandpa was in the Navy. I just always had in the back of my mind, this is something that I'm interested in. Well, I quit school and I joined another school. Members, it was the School of Hard Knocks. And it takes place at MCRD. Who knows what MCRD is? Anyway, okay. Marine Corps Recruit Depot, San Diego. You know, I don't see him on the floor right now, but I think there's one other member, maybe not in the chamber right now, but in the state legislature, that also went to the School of Hard Knocks. And if I see him in here, I'm going to ask him to yield. But for right now, I'm going to ask another member to yield because I want to talk a little bit about the importance of, or I want to learn a little bit more about the importance, because I only went there for 1 year at Anoka Ramsey Community College before I went to MCRD San Diego. Oh, good, Representative Lucero. I believe Representative Lucero has experience at Anoka Ramsey Community College in the district I represent, a great school. Madam Speaker, will Representative Lucero yield to a question?
I have a feeling he will, and he's dressed for the occasion. He will. Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lucero, thank you for being willing to yield. I'm wondering, Representative Lucero, I only went to Anoka Ramsey Community College for 1 year before I left and I went to the School of Hard Knocks in San Diego. See, I don't know if you knew this, there's only two places that they make Marines in the whole world. Parris Island and Marine Corps Recruit Depot in San Diego. And when I went there, we had, I think it was a 13-week course where they make you into a Marine, and then you go on to your school. I was a military police officer, and my school took place then after I went to the School of Hard Knocks in San Diego. I went to a school in Alabama, and that was military police school there in Alabama. So I did learn a lot. I learned a lot about conflict resolution because you want to de-escalate situations as a military police officer. But I probably didn't learn some things that I would have learned had I continued my time at Anoka Ramsey Community College. Representative Lucero, what did I miss out on at Anoka Ramsey Community College?
Representative Lucero.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Heinrich. Very important question. Very important question. And indeed, I have had the high honor of attending Anoka Ramsey Community College. But in addition to that, Madam Speaker, to help answer the question of what Representative Heinrich missed out, but what the many great Minnesotans who've attended Anoka Ramsey have experienced, to help answer that question, I need to lay a foundation. And to lay a foundation, I'm going to go through several steps of my own experience with the higher education system here in the state of Minnesota. And, Madam Speaker, I also should mention that last term, I'm presently in my 4th term, but in my 3rd term, I had the honor of serving on the Higher Education Committee with not only my friend, my good friend, Chair Bernardy, who represents, I would say, possibly the second, maybe the second, certainly in the top 10, but the top, maybe the second best district in the state of Minnesota, which includes New Brighton. New Brighton has a fond place in my heart. So I had, to help lay this foundation, I was an out-of-district student. While I lived in New Brighton, I was an out-of-district student to Spring Lake Park. And in Spring Lake Park, they push academic excellence and academic achievement. And I had the opportunity to take college in the schools, advanced placement courses, and PSEO. And my PSEO courses were at Anoka Ramsey Community College. What I wanted to do was to get as much education in as possible while still in high school to reduce my costs. Because we know that higher education is expensive. And somebody told me, now this is back when I was in high school, somebody told me, Eric, if you go to school somewhere else for 2 years, like a community college, and then transfer to a 4-year institution like the University of Minnesota, your degree, your bachelor degree, will show that you graduated from the University of Minnesota. It won't matter where you went for the first 2 years. It won't matter. But even if it did matter, what doesn't matter is what they further explained to me, is that the courses like freshman English, freshman psychology, sociology, the basics, the foundation, what they explained is the first 2 years, generally speaking, the first 2 years of every 4-year degree is the foundation, it's the commonality. So generally speaking, no matter what 4-year degree a person graduates from, the first 2 years of every 4-year degree are the same. They're all the generals. The Englishes, the psychologies, sociologies, things like that. And so they went on to further explain, Eric, because the generals in a four-year degree are the same, there's no reason to pay a higher tuition cost at the University of Minnesota or any four-year institution when you can take the exact same course, sociology, psychology, at a two-year institution and pay significantly less. And then after you graduate, you can transfer those to a four-year institution. I thought, what a fantastic idea. But all that aside, even separate from that, doing that in high school eliminates it, moves it from whatever the tuition cost might be per credit. $175, $250, I don't know what it is right now. In fact, Madam Speaker, would Chair Bernardy yield for a question? Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, that would be an out of order because I am being yielded by Representative Heinrich. So, Madam Speaker, even if Chair Bernardy would yield for a question, even if she would, I can't ask her, and you would appropriately gavel me down and say, Representative Lucero, that is out of order. That's what you would do, Madam Speaker. That's a shame, though. That's a shame. Because, Madam Speaker, if it wasn't out of order, what I would do is as I just did, I would ask you if Chair Bernardy would yield for a question, and then you would look over to her, and I'm guessing that she would say yes, or mouth yes, or give a thumbs up or something, and then that signal would go back to you. Then you would look to me, and you would say, Representative Lucero, Chair Bernardy will yield for a question, and then I would proceed to ask her the following. Madam Speaker and Chair Bernardy, I don't know offhand, because I don't sit on the Higher Education Committee this term, can you tell me what the average per credit tuition cost is right now for the year 2021? And then you would rise from the chair again, you would look over to her, and then you would say, Chair Bernardy, you have the floor. And then Chair Bernardy would rise and she would answer my question of what the per credit tuition cost is right now. And then you would rise again after she was done and give me the floor back, and then I would know the answer. But I don't know the answer, so I'm just gonna assume it's approximately $250, somewhere in that neighborhood. I guess it would be fair to say it's between $100 and $500 per credit right now. But that cost is cheaper at Anoka-Ramsey Community College than it would be at the University of Minnesota for the exact same course. Upon completing it, then we would, any student completing the course would be given credit regardless of where they took it. So what I did is I took the psychology, I can't remember, Representative Heinrich, I just don't remember which courses I took specifically, but I do recall at least psychology, at least sociology, I think I got English out of the way, and a few others. And that cost at, let's just say $250 is, since I was still in high school, was to me, zero. It was $0. And Madam Speaker, $0 is less. It's less than $250. And so I saved money. And so I did that for 2 semesters while I was at the great school, Spring Lake Park High School. So, and I only unfortunately did that for my senior year in high school. I didn't do that for my junior year in high school, which I qualified for. But upon graduating then from Spring Lake Park, I had 1 year of college done. And so, Madam Speaker, what I did then, and by the way, Madam Speaker and Representative Heinrich, I'm getting to your question. We're gonna take the long way around to get to it, of what you missed. Because to fully understand, to fully appreciate what you missed, we need to take the long detour path. And so after graduating high school, Madam Speaker, I come from a long line of civil engineers and architects in my family. And so, Madam Speaker, if you remember, and members, if you remember yesterday when I was going through the Old Testament, generally speaking, it's not out of the norm for children to follow in the paths of their parents, right? Or their family. That's a common practice, even today. And so because I come from a long line of civil engineers and architects, I said, you know what? I want to be an engineer. So what I did is I applied to the University of Minnesota. But, Madam Speaker, I didn't apply to the engineering school. You know what school I applied for? The Carlson School of Management. The Carlson School of Management. So here I am, somebody who was aspiring to be an engineer, but I was at the Carlson School of Management in the bachelor program now, not the master's program, the bachelor program. And if you recall, Madam Speaker, members, I was very fascinated and still am with mathematics. And while I was in high school in the PSEO program, I was able to get out of the way Calculus 1 and Calculus 2. And Calculus 1 members, well, I was just passed a note here, members, and I guess we're going to have to take the shortcut through this long detoured path. So I'm going to, and it's very unfortunate because there's a lot of rich information that would be very beneficial. But I do know that we have many hours left, and we can get to this. But so let me just give an abbreviated. Let me abbreviate this. And now I lost my train of thought. Oh, calculus, yes. So when it comes to math, there's two dimensions. Well, there's multiple dimensions. But in high school, calculus 1 deals with two dimensions: the x and the y axis. The x and the y axis. For those who took trigonometry, maybe geometry, the x and y axis. I know for some of you that might bring back some nightmares. But the x and y axis is the two dimensions. And first semester calculus is derivatives. Then calculus 2 is still two dimensions, it's x and y axis, but it's integrals. Integrals are the opposite of derivatives. But then calculus 3, which is the first course I took at the University of Minnesota, the first math course, calculus 3 now gets into multi-dimensions, 3 dimensions. So it's the x, y axis, and then the z axis, and the z axis is the one that, if you could, it would come straight out of the paper. And it's multidimensional derivatives and integrals. But then I was also taking physics at the time. And Chair Bernardy, the Perkins, I don't know if it's still there, to be honest, because I don't drive by County Road D and Hennepin County Road 88 very often. Maybe you could tell me if you could yield. Maybe you can nod your head. Is the Perkins still there? Is there a Perkins still there in that area? And so what I would do is I would go and I would sit at Perkins doing my calculus and physics work, and I'd get a pot of coffee and I would do it overnight. And then when I was there one evening, members, it's very common for the Roseville Police Department and at the time the New Brighton Police Department and the St. Anthony Police Department, the dog watch, third shift, Madam Speaker, third shift when it comes to law enforcement, and I'm not sure about military. Maybe military is also called dog watch, I don't know. And I know my friend Representative Novotny, I don't know the origin of dog watch. I don't know. But third shift is dog watch, and I was there at Perkins with my cup of coffee doing my physics and calculus homework for the University of Minnesota. And Roseville, New Brighton, and St. Anthony, they came in for their lunch break. I don't know what lunch break is. Dog watch is generally approximately 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., somewhere in there. So midway through, so it'd be about 3 a.m. They come in and they sit down. And Madam Speaker, I'm down like this, intensely working on my calculus and my physics homework, and I look up and I see these law enforcement officers, because I normally would sit on the booth on the left-hand side. I see them to my right, and I look up and I see these law enforcement officers that I highly admire. And I know, Madam Speaker, that you highly admire law enforcement officers because they're risky. These men, professional men and women in law enforcement are risking their lives each and every day to protect ours. And I looked up and I gazed upon them and I said, what an admirable group of people. I would like to be like them. And Madam Speaker, it was that night, I don't know what day it was, somewhere in the 1996, 97 timeframe, must have been 96, that I made the decision while going to school for engineering, but a Carlson School of Management student, I decided I wanted to go into law enforcement. That was the night. That was the night. And then it was then, the next day that I looked up, well, I want to transfer then from the Carlson School of Management program or engineering program at the University of Minnesota to the law enforcement program at the University of Minnesota. That's what I wanted to do. But you know what I found out? And this is where my story will have to come to an end for now, and we'll just pause it. It won't come to an end. You know what? We're on this detour right now. We're on this scenic route detour, much like the RV trip I just took a few weeks ago from Arizona back to Minnesota here. Approximately, it was roughly 1,500 miles. Much like that trip I just took a few weeks ago, when I had to pull into the truck stop to fill up the diesel, we're not going to bring the story to an end. We're just going to put it for a pause, and we can come back to it. But when I look, oh, not yet though, just a few more minutes. So when I researched then to transfer to the law enforcement program at the University of Minnesota, Minneapolis campus, I found out that they don't have a law enforcement program at the University of Minnesota. So then I decided, well, if I want to go into law enforcement to be like one of these highly trained professionals that risk their lives each and every day to protect ours, I have no other choice but to transfer out of the University of Minnesota. So by that point in my academic career, I had already had experience with Anoka Ramsey Community College and with the University of Minnesota. And now I was about to then enter into my third of many, many campuses here. So then I chose, of the programs that were available, I found out that Century Community College had a law enforcement program. So I transferred then from a 4-year institution to the 2-year institution, Century Community College. And Madam Speaker, I don't know who represents Matamidi. If the member who represents Matamidi if they're in the chamber, if you could raise your hand, I honestly don't know. Richardson, it's Representative Richardson? No, because that's Representative Richardson, I believe, is Inver Grove Heights, I believe, area. And that would be Inver Hills. I think Inver Hills is the community college down there, if I remember correctly. I wish I could ask Chair Bernardy to yield if Inver Hills is the community college in Inver Grove Heights area. But whoever the member is at Matamidi, and Matamidi, Madam Speaker, please remind me when we come back, when we're going to pull into the truck stop here of my story, and we're going to pause for a fill-up, and we'll come back to it. Remind me, not only does Matamidi it has a twofold purpose. Matamidi is where the Century Community College campus is located, but also if we were to fast forward, and when I came back to the University of Minnesota for the master's program, one of the supply chain courses I took, the operations courses actually, I think it was, the operations course, it involved FedEx. And FedEx has a distribution facility in Matamidi, and it is absolutely fascinating. And I will come back to it. It's Representative Fisher. Madam Speaker, Representative Fisher, I don't see him on the floor, but Representative Fisher, you have the privilege of having Century Community College in your district, and it is a great school, as I'm sure he would agree. But anyway, when I was so we'll come back to it later, but just to wet your tongue. The distribution facility, the FedEx distribution facility in Matamidi, the best way I can describe it, it's like a giant game. A giant game. I'm sure you've heard of it. Chutes and Ladders. Has anybody heard the game, the board game, Chutes and Ladders? Has anybody played it? How about this? Has anybody played Chutes and Ladders in the last year? Oh, I see. Oh, yes. Awesome. Awesome. So, and for those who aren't familiar, you climb up and then you slide down. You climb up and you slide down. And that's what this FedEx distribution facility looks like, a giant game of Chutes and Ladders. So, but we'll come back to that. So then I transferred to Century Community College, and that's where we're going to have to now pull into this truck stop for a fill-up. And so when we come back to this, Madam Speaker, later today, we'll pick right up at Century Community College, where I then began my law enforcement program. And then Representative Heinrich, that's where we'll continue on this path. We'll come out of the truck stop after filling up. We'll come out of the truck stop and we'll continue our journey down. The journey down, and we're gonna crisscross these different areas, and we're gonna see how higher education has an impact on law enforcement. Not only law enforcement, but students across Minnesota. So thank you for the question, but unfortunately we'll have to circle back. So thank you, Representative Heinrich.
Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Lucero, but I don't really feel like I got an answer to my question. And hopefully the next question I ask, I do get an answer to, because it's a really important one. I mean, really $500 million, did you say, Representative O'Neill? Just for the governor, one man gets to decide where that goes? Just one man? Okay, Madam Speaker, will Representative Bernardy yield to a question?
She will not yield. Representative Heinrich.
Oh, okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Wow, $500 million to the executive branch, one man by himself. Here we are in the midst, right in the middle of a non-emergency when it comes to COVID. But members, we are in the middle of an emergency, a pandemic of burdensome mountains of school debt, and in a pandemic of useless college degrees. As I said before, taxpayers should all be concerned about subsidizing degrees that just lead to debt. And we should be concerned about where our money goes when it comes to higher education. And the legislature should have some direction over where that $500 million goes. Really? One man gets to decide? Members on the other side of the aisle are okay with that? That one man gets to decide. Well, members, I did make a mistake earlier. It slipped my mind. Representative Eklund and I served together in the Marine Corps, not at the same time, but we're brothers in the Marine Corps. There is another member in the chamber, Representative Gruenhagen, I apologize. It slipped my mind. We've talked about it plenty of times. I was looking on the other side. I was trying to think who's the member I'm going to ask to yield over on the other side, because we always talk to each other, especially on the floor when people are watching at home. I just got a text from somebody in Anoka, the community that I represent, that is in fact tuning in to the session today. And so I was hoping, as we have a conversation with members on the other side, I've asked Representative Bernardy to yield. She would not. I'm not going to ask Representative Eklund. I don't know if they have some kind of order over there not to yield, or if the members just don't feel like talking, or if they think maybe it's because they're concerned with the time. It's gonna spend too much time and if they answer questions. So Representative Gruenhagen, I did want to ask you to yield. Madam Speaker, would Representative Gruenhagen yield to a question?
He will yield.
Representative Gruenhagen, I forget what you might have told me before, but I forget what your MOS was in your education. And what other higher education did you pursue other than the School of Hard Knocks?
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question, Representative Heinzman. Yeah, I would say the School of Hard Knocks, as far as the Marine Corps boot camp, was the higher ed of School of Hard Knocks, okay? And it definitely taught me some lessons that I wouldn't have otherwise learned. And my MOS was actually just a basic rifleman. And I, through a series of events, I wound up in the administrative office of headquarters batteries. In fact, they needed there were about 200 and some of us sitting in a theater one day. And the staff sergeant, I remember, said that he needed 5 individuals to work in the headquarters battery that could type. Well, I couldn't type, so I didn't raise my hand, but 4 other people did. And so then the staff sergeant started calling off all the names of the other Marines and where they were assigned to, And at the end of the theater, I was sitting in the middle of the theater, and there were 4 people sitting in the front, and the staff sergeant looked up and said, "The rest of you are working in headquarters battery." So I walked up to the staff sergeant, and I said, "I can't type." He said, "It doesn't matter. You're going to headquarters battery." So I went down to headquarters battery, and when I checked in with the sergeant in charge, one of his first questions was, "How many words can you type a minute?" And I said, "I can't type." He said, "What are you doing down here?" I said, "The staff sergeant told me to come down." So they put me on a menial job of making dog tags. But yes, it was, in hindsight, it was a blessing to have served in the higher ed of hard knocks. It taught me a lot of lessons. I was coming out of a broken, divorced family. When I was just like 12 or 13, my parents got divorced, and I had a very wrong and bad attitude, and I decided nobody was going to tell me what to do, so I went in the Marine Corps. And for 2 years, I never got to do what I wanted to do. So yes, but it is a honorable thing for people to do, to serve their country, and I would encourage all young people, whether listening here or if you have family members, to consider such service. Thank you.
Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, thank you, Representative Gruenhagen, for your service to our country. And I don't want to miss out on thanking the other members in this chamber that have also served in the military. But thank you, Representative Eklund, as well, as a fellow Marine Corps brother. Members, student loan borrowers in Minnesota have an average debt. They didn't even have a degree yet. Many of them don't even have a degree. And our average debt is between I've seen a couple numbers, $31,000, $32,000, $33,000 per student, without even anything to show for it. Members, Madam Speaker, I don't know if you know this, Madam Speaker, but students are learning about intersectionality, white supremacy, critical race theory, Marxism, socialism. I know some members are probably proud of that. I think that's the right route. But we're not going to be able to compete, members, in the world, in our country, and against other states, or with other states, to have a really strong, vibrant economy in the future if we keep focusing on all of the bad things in the past and ways to be safe and shelter ourselves from other opinions. It used to be that you would go to a higher education place of learning and you would actually learn about other people's ideas. Imagine that. Not told how to think, not told how and what to think, but learn how to critically think about multiple different ideas. Be exposed. Is that a word they can use on campus anymore nowadays? I don't think. To be exposed to different people's ideas? I don't think they can. So, members, let's support Representative O'Neill's amendment to the amendment. Let's push green to support the amendment to the amendment. It's completely unbelievable that the other side is okay with $500 million being spent by one man. Right in the midst, Madam Speaker, right smack in the middle of a non-emergency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brinley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative O'Neill, for the amendment to the amendment. I actually think that this is really critical. We had a conversation just earlier this week. It was just earlier this week as we talked about the governor's emergency powers and the role of the legislature in appropriations. And one of the things on the list of items we were given that to justify the governor maintaining his emergency powers was that the governor needed the flexibility to move employees between departments. And we made the point then, and I'll make it now, that I understand that early on in the pandemic, as things were moving quickly and as the governor was responding quickly to things like getting testing sites set up, and when we were really in the throes of it, there were people in place that could be easily moved into another position to help with that effort. I get that. And in that state of emergency, that kind of made sense. But of course, it doesn't make sense now because we're beyond the emergency. And since we're beyond the emergency, the governor shouldn't be able to just move employees between departments and where he wants, because that actually is the role of the legislature. The legislature appropriates funding for specific departments to meet specific needs. And so the governor should not have that authority to just move those around, because frankly, if those employees are not needed where we appropriated money to have them, well then those budgets clearly don't need to be what they are. We should be cutting those budgets to meet the actual needs of the departments. So it's just a fallacy that way. And so, Representative O'Neill, I really appreciate you bringing this amendment to the amendment forward because it's a similar concept. It's the same idea. It seems to me that what we're saying is we've got all kinds of different programs that are funded via direct appropriations from the legislature, meaning the legislature has looked at all these programs and has decided that this program needs this much money. That program needs that much money. And I think that we do that really carefully. And we really look through what those needs are and appropriate those dollars in good faith. And now we've got a bill here, we've got a language in this higher ed bill that says, well, we can just move all that money wherever we want to, that the Office of Higher Education can do that. And I think that's a problem. So, Madam Speaker, would Representative O'Neill yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative New Bernley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative O'Neill, as I look through this, there are tons of different programs listed in subdivision 42. And I'm wondering, and it talks specifically about unencumbered balances. Well, why would there be unencumbered balances? Why are we appropriating money that would leave unencumbered balances? What's happening here with this money that, of course, your amendment would change?
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative New Bernley, for that question. So there's kind of two parts to this transfer section. And the first section talks about the state grant program, and there's 11 different appropriations, and they're very similar to each other. They're not all grants, but they're very similar to grants that go out to students and other organizations. And it is the most egregious thing to me is within those 11 categories that all the commissioner has to do is do prior notification to the legislature. It doesn't say he has to get approval from the legislature, just prior notification, and then he can move money from one account to another. And there is another section that talks about that he can transfer unencumbered balances, and that's specifically for the hunger-free campus appropriation and emergency assistance for post-secondary student grant. So those are within two fairly new, so the hunger-free campuses is fairly new, and I actually see Representative Wolgamont on the floor, and I believe that's his provision. He was pretty excited about the hunger-free campuses. But I haven't, and even if we asked him to yield, I don't know that he would, because it seems like the majority are not wanting to talk today, even though that's what we're here to do, is to debate these amendments. But in any case, so the part that you're talking about, the unencumbered balances, is specifically for the hunger-free campuses appropriation and the emergency assistance for post-secondary student grants. And those are very similar in nature to each other, but the hunger-free campuses is very, very new. And so what that is attempting to do is to help students who are hungry, who are needing food assistance, and it gives them direction to go, and in some cases, the campus can even set up like a food pantry or something to that effect. So that is what that money is for. And that is, to me, a bit troublesome that money can just move to a different account in those two things, because we, the legislature, really need to know, is that enough money for hunger-free campuses or for the emergency assistance post-secondary student grant. We really need to know. And when OHE continues to shift money back and forth, we really don't know that. And back to the beginning part, starting on line 11.1, if you look at the state grant appropriation, again, that's $210 million in each year of the biennium. So that's $420 million that's supposed to go out to students. The state grant program is one of the most known grant programs that we have here in the state of Minnesota. And it is just unfathomable to me that in this language, we are allowing the commissioner to move money out of the state grant program into 10 other possible other grant programs. For example, the work study. He can move it to the state work study appropriation. He can move it to the Get Ready appropriation. And so that's specifically for some students that are minority students, or it says here is Get Ready helps students from low-income backgrounds, indigenous communities, and communities of color to realize their aspirations through education and career advancement. So it helps them to prepare to go to college. So, you know, and there like I said, there are 11 different grant categories within this section that he can move money from here to there. And all he has to do is notify. Doesn't mean that we have an opportunity to say he can't do it, but it says that prior written notification to the chairs and the ranking minority members of the Senate and the House must be given to those committees. But it doesn't mean that those members can stop that change, stop that transfer. It just says that prior notification has to be made. So again, we make the appropriation. We spend a lot of time as a body deciding how much should be in each one of those categories. Like I said, it's $420 million that goes into the state grant program, but he could take that and put it somewhere else if he wants to, with just notification to us that he's doing it. We have no ability to stop it with this language. The next big category is interstate. One of the bigger categories is the interstate tuition reciprocity appropriation. So that's when we have those reciprocity agreements with other states, and that's almost $7 million in each year of the biennium. So that's a really big chunk of money. And the interesting thing about that Representative New Brindley is the fact that we're actually taking $5.2 million that was unencumbered and moving it to the bottom line. So but again, I don't know how much had been in that category before, because he could have shifted money before and we have no idea. But if you look at the total appropriations for this bill above base, it's $105 million above base, because we're literally taking that $5.2 million from the reciprocity grant, which is in here, and we're putting it back to the bottom line. So, but again, I don't know what he did before that. So I have no idea what OHE has done in the past, if this was language from a prior year. And I would love it if Chair Bernardy would yield, but I don't think she will, to tell us what had been done in the past, because I wasn't on the committee in the past. And so I don't know, how long this language has been with us. But Representative New Brindley, this is, like I said, this is one of the most egregious things that is in this bill. And it was something that not only was not talked about, it was actually talked about incorrectly by the commissioner when I directly asked him with this new provision. So we have a new grant program in here, and it's the Fostering Independence Higher Education Grant Program, which is a really good idea. It's a last stand dollar for kids that are in foster care so they can get an education. But again, we have no idea, once we appropriate this, does that money actually go to them, or did he take it and shift it to something else? So that is why I believe this language is so egregious. It's a lot of money. I added it up again, it's $494 million, so just shy of $500 million of money that he can move from this category to that category. And that's really only in that first 11. And then there's the two. It is $494 million in grants, and that's the first 11 grants. And then beyond that, it's another $845,000 with the two things that you would ask me about of unencumbered balances. So the Hunger-Free Campus and the Emergency Assistance for Post-Secondary Student Grants, that comes to $845,000. So if you add it all up, it is getting really close to $500 million of money that he can shift from one area to another. So hopefully that answers your question. And, it's really sad that Chair Bernardy won't yield and won't answer these questions because it shouldn't be I'm happy to answer, but I really had hoped that she would actually confer with us in the debate. So thank you, Representative New Brindley.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative O'Neill. That was actually really helpful. I don't serve on the Higher Ed Committee. I've never served on the Higher Ed Committee. And that was a lot of detail that I did not have before, so I appreciate that. And I also, I appreciate you bringing up the language about the prior written notice. And Madam Speaker, would Leader Dow yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Representative Dowd, as I read this, we also brought up language similar to this regarding in the state government bill. There's a lot of problems with our notification process and how that is handled and how that's done and availability of information to the public. So certainly this doesn't seem very public, but I am wondering, Leader Dow, I know you have served as Speaker of the House, you've served as the Minority Leader of the House. Can you tell us what your understanding is of this written notice and how that functions in reality?
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative New. And Representative Bernardy, I just walked over and asked her some questions about this section because I wanted to make sure that I understood it and I wasn't sure that what we were all reading was correct. So I want to just talk to you about that for 1 second if I can, Representative Bernardy. So I think where my confusion was and what they're saying on this side is that money can be transferred from one area to another. And I didn't read that in here, and then I realized that the actual appropriations that it was referencing were in these areas. So now I understand the concern on this side is that, for instance, if for some reason we had a commissioner of, I think that's who gets to make the transfers. The commissioner of higher education can, maybe doesn't, I shouldn't say that, pick any one of these. Like if that's not a priority for them, while we have appropriated money for that particular one, let's say the hunger-free campus grants, if we have a commissioner that maybe doesn't care about, I'm sure we don't, but this is hypothetical. If we have a commissioner that doesn't care about that specific area, they can just not spend money there, and then they can transfer it with a prior written notice to any one of these other areas. And I think the original intent of this language, and Representative Bernardy was kind enough to point out that her understanding of this is language that has been in these bills since the 90s probably. So as I was reading it, I started to think, well, okay, so the commissioner can make these transfers. How do we as a legislature track those transfers? How do we know what was actually spent in these areas? And the only notice required is this written notice, as it says on page 11, starts on 11, line 26. A transfer may be only made with prior written notice to the chairs and ranking minority members of the Senate and House of Representatives committees with jurisdiction over higher education finance. I think our concern is, first of all, could this be misused or abused? Could a commissioner of higher education maybe not care about the Aspiring Teachers of Color Scholarship Pilot Grant Program, and while it's appropriated for $1.5 million of each year of the biennium, maybe they don't spend any there, but maybe they're super passionate about the hunger-free campus grants and they spend all of the money there, right? I think those are roles that the legislature should be involved in. So number one, it feels like in this language that we're giving the legislature's right to appropriate to the specific priority areas that we want and giving too much flexibility to a commissioner to transfer money between what may or may not be their priority areas. And I don't think, while this may be language that's been around since the 1990s, and I appreciate your response to that, I'm not sure that serves the legislature in the best way. Now, maybe in the past this hasn't been misused, but it certainly could be. So I would look for stronger language in the future. So Representative Bernardy, I just very politely ask if maybe in the future you want to have some hearings on this specific language or a hearing and get the feedback from the Commissioner of Higher Education on why they feel this language is appropriate, and then talk about whether or not that's appropriate for talk about what's possible. Because a commissioner under this language could zero out any of these and use all of that money for any one of these others. And I don't know that that's anybody's intention. Now, I also, after I spoke with you, Representative Bernardy, asked our staff, who has been working on this issue for a few years, we do not know of any notices that have been received by our members when they were chairs of the committee, or now when they are the ranking minority members of the committee. So I can't ask you to yield now because I'm yielding to Representative New, but maybe she could ask you if you'd be willing to take that question. Are you receiving these notices, and how are we as a committee or as a legislative body compiling those to make sure that when we start the next budget year that we know that while we appropriated in last year's bill that the dollars go here, we did give the commissioner flexibility to spend them in other places. How are we keeping track of, do we have a hearing at the beginning that says, well, yes, this is what was appropriated, but we received notices that the commissioner actually changed those and spent them in another way? So, I don't know, Representative New, if you want maybe ask that question. I am not aware of any notices. It's my understanding that we have asked the Commissioner of Higher Education to provide us with any notices that they have sent in the last 2 or 4 years. And I think, I don't know if they're working on that request. I hope that they are. But I think just a very genuine concern on our part. It's difficult. We need to track whether those programs were changed. For instance, over time, the need for a program changes. Maybe, for instance, the need in the last year and a half because of COVID was much different on college campuses, and a lot of them were operating remotely. Maybe they didn't need the hunger-free campus grants, and maybe that money was spent somewhere else. Or maybe over time, one of these other programs just hasn't needed as much dollars and they have been transferring out. We should know that so that in the next biennium, when we budget for the Higher Education Committee, that we actually reduce that and focus our priorities elsewhere. And I think I do want to say I appreciate the work that you do on the committee, and just very honestly, I would hope that we could just get to the bottom of that with, and maybe it's as simple as requiring that the Commissioner of Higher Education, when they make those notices, that they also post them somewhere online so they're just all there. And that any time a member of the legislature could go to that website and see those notices and know that there were adjustments made to these total appropriated grant programs. Or the total appropriations made to these grant programs, that's not what actually happened, that there were adjustments made to that. So hopefully you understand what my concern is. I think others have additional concerns, just a little bit more than mine, but and maybe if you could just, if you're willing to yield for that question, it's just a very sincere, we're just wondering, are you getting those notices? And then what are we as a legislature or as a higher education committee in the House doing with those notices? How are we tracking that? That's what my concern is. So thank you, Representative New.
Representative New Bernley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Leader Dowd. That was actually really helpful. And as you were speaking, I was writing down my own questions, and many of them you answered as you went along. And one of those was, have we received any notices? And Madam Speaker, would Representative Bernardy be willing to yield to a question?
She would not yield. Representative New Bernley.
That's unfortunate. I actually thought that she would. That's really unfortunate. And I apologize. I certainly don't mean to pick on her. I just really want to know, have we gotten any notices? And honestly, I was sort of racking my brain. Wait, who was our last higher ed chair when we were in the majority? Well, unfortunately, he retired. And we're thrilled with his replacement, but Representative Nornes is not here to answer that question for us, unfortunately. So we don't know. I don't know, and apparently I'm not going to find out from the chair if we have gotten any notices, and just how, as a legislature, we track those transfers. However, it sounds like what I'm hearing is that maybe we haven't gotten any notices. Maybe that's what we're hearing from our staff. which also seems a little hinky. We still have this language in here. It's been in here since the 90s. It actually seems unlikely that no transfers have happened. That seems very unlikely. Representative Erickson, Madam Speaker, would Representative Erickson yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Erickson. You know, whenever I'm questioning, like, wait a minute, why don't we know more about this? I always wonder if our legislative auditor has dug into it at all. And I'm wondering, I know that you sit on the Legislative Audit Commission, and I'm wondering, Representative Erickson, if this has ever come up as an issue for perhaps the legislative auditor to look at.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative New Brindley. You know, higher education has been on the bottom, I think, of priorities, but you have raised, and this today discussion has raised a lot of questions about accountability for higher education. And later I'm going to have an amendment that deals with all the federal dollars that are not tax dollars, you know, that are part of play money that have come to the state. I'm going to have an amendment about accountability there and a reporting. But as I look at recent audits for higher education, preventive maintenance of our university buildings was the last one done in 2012. But it is not unusual for commission members to request that the audit commission, the auditors actually, through the commission, do request a special review. Nevertheless, we're past that right now in light of the fact that we've had the pandemic and we've just issued 5 topics for program evaluation. However, it is not unusual for legislators to request looking into this. But certainly in the next go-around, we should put this on the list because a policy that's been in place since the 90s and has had no accountability and no knowledge, apparently, by previous members of the Higher Education House Committee, or maybe even Senate, to know whether or not this policy has been used and not perhaps even shared, because as we know, we put into laws language, but language often is ignored. So we don't even know if transfers have been made and no notice has been provided. So I think we have a very good opportunity now in the next go-around, or even right now, to request that the auditors take a look at this process, this policy that's been in place. It is very disturbing. Most of the audits of higher ed were done in the 90s, and the first one was done in 1983 when we were doing some things in changing vocational education to be a part of the post-secondary programs for our Minnesota university and colleges. So thank you for the question. I think this is critical, and I think this is policy that needs to be looked into. And certainly as a commission member, I am willing to contact Mr. Nobles and Ms. Randall to find out if they have heard from the public, for example, about any concerns, or certainly about our concern today with this amendment that Representative O'Neill has brought forth to look at this transfer language, actually to delete it from this omnibus bill, because it is questionable policy. And as I look at all the categories to which transfers can be made, that this is very disturbing that we make appropriations and have had base funding in many of these areas for years, and yet we don't know what has transpired. So thank you for the question, and you can count on my contacting the office to find out whether or not we could look into this now, or certainly put it on the list for 2022 audits. Thank you, Representative New Brindley and Madam Speaker.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Erickson. That again was really helpful, and I appreciate the opportunity that we have in the chamber to ask these questions and get some more information. Well, that's also interesting that you said that higher education has sort of been at the bottom of the list. It's not something that's been dug into a lot by the legislative auditor, and yet I think Representative O'Neill would say that we spend a lot of money in higher education, and we probably do need some accountability there. And we do need to know where those dollars are going and how those dollars are being spent. I mean, as Representative O'Neill pointed out, just in all of these grant programs that we're talking about, there's $494 million, almost $500 million just in these grant programs. And we probably should make sure that that there's some accountability there, and we know that those dollars are being spent, how they are appropriated. And I wonder, Madam Speaker, would Representative Christensen yield to a question?
She would not yield. Representative New Brindley.
Well, that's unfortunate. I know Representative Christensen is the vice chair of the committee, so she might have some information on that. Boy, that's frustrating. I've never not yielded to a question in the chamber. I've certainly always been willing to defend the legislation that I'm authoring. And I always make sure that I am prepared. In fact, I think staff gets a little frustrated with me because when I do carry legislation, I think in the last biennium, I actually was tied for being the legislator who actually offered the fewest number of bills. I try to be really thoughtful about the legislation that I offer, and when I offer a bill, it's because I believe it's important. I believe it's critical, and I make sure that I know that legislation inside and out. I know it backwards and forwards, so that when people have questions about it, I can respond. And I can defend the legislation that I'm putting forward. But that apparently is not happening here today. And it's not happening on a program that's dealing with $500 million of state money that the legislature appropriates, and that the legislature expects to be spent how we appropriate it. And so, Representative O'Neill, I really do appreciate the amendment. I strongly agree that this amendment is important, that when the legislature appropriates money, it should be spent how we appropriate money. A lot of time and effort goes into making those decisions. We spend a lot of time in committee reviewing the different grant programs and what those needs are. And so when we appropriate that money, that's how it should be spent. And it seems to me that right now there's been virtually no accountability on these transfers. There's been virtually no accountability. And so for today, I would strongly encourage a yes vote on this amendment to the amendment. And I will certainly talk to Representative Erickson in the future about addressing this with the legislative auditor. This is something that we clearly need to dig into. And ideally, hopefully the legislative auditor would come back and say, you know what, it looks good. And we can all feel good about that. But today we're not getting answers on that. Today we're not going to know if there have been any notifications, if there's any tracking of these transfers. But I will certainly talk to Representative Erickson and see what we can do in the future to make sure that there's accountability. I've often said, we know that the cost of higher education in this country is out of control. We hear a lot of talk and a lot of rhetoric about eliminating student loan debt and things of this nature, but we don't spend a lot of time talking about the actual cost of higher education. We don't talk about the fact that the cost of higher education has grown exponentially, and as Representative Erickson just confirmed, with virtually no accountability. And that's what we're seeing here, and that's what Representative O'Neill is trying to correct with this amendment to the amendment. And members, I would recommend a green vote.
The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative O'Neill, for bringing this amendment. You know, one of the things that my experience speaks to from being on the higher ed before, and I've seen this language. It's been around my time when I was a second termer. We spent a lot of time on this budget. when we were first in the majority. We asked the same questions. But for the sake of argument, not so much but observation, we still are not getting the answers that we need. You know, it says on page 11 that the transfer may be made only with prior written notice to the chairs and ranking minority members. Well, where are they? I had never seen one of those notices. I've never seen where money went or came into. The problem also is, as Minority Leader Dowd has expressed, and as Assistant Minority Leader New Brindley has said, how do we know which programs have been funded in greater proportion or programs that have found not to be funded or necessarily funded as much? And here's the crux of the position. If you have an administration that doesn't believe in a program, what is to say that they will not fund that program even though we've put the money in there? They won't carry it out. And so then the commissioner is really left with, say, well, if you're not going to spend the money there, I'll just send it over here. But it is an end run on what the legislature came to understand what was important coming out of that committee. So when you talk about these various programs, and I went through the spreadsheet, and I redlined or I highlighted all the various programs that are considerate of this transfer. And one that really caught my eye is the Public Safety Officers Survivors Appropriation. We'll talk about this in a little bit, but lo and behold, there was another event in Dinkytown last night where 5 people were injured based upon gun violence. Members, we have law enforcement that are going into these areas on a daily basis, putting their lives on the line, and what happens if this administration decides that the Safety Officers Survivor Appropriation Fund is not part of their agenda? They take the money out and just send it someplace else with some form of prior written notice that none of the ones on members on our committee have ever seen. And to that extent, if we did get that notification, 2 things would happen. One, we'd know what was going on and where the appropriation was being rediverted to, but then it would also cause that committee to understand, well, wait a minute, what happened to the work that we did dedicating certain amounts to certain programs, and now we've got deviation. And who's doing that deviation? And why is that deviation happening? We got a problem. Is it because the program, it doesn't work? Is the program because people object to it? We need to know that type of information. Chair Bernardy, I have sat on your committee for this term. I have sat on the committee under the leadership of others. I'd like to know where those written notifications are coming to and why they have not been. Madam Speaker, would Representative Bernardy yield to a question?
Representative Bernardy, will you yield? She will not. Representative Albright.
Madam Speaker, the Vice Chair for the Higher Ed Committee is on the floor. Would she yield for a question?
She will not. Representative Albright.
This leads me to one conclusion. Actually, a couple. This is not your bill. You didn't write this bill. Somebody wrote it for you, and you're just the vehicle to put it to the floor. As has been said, you spent the last how many months in committee putting this bill together. Your vice chair helped you when you weren't there. We voted or agreed or disagreed to take this off the floor of our committee into conference committee. You didn't get your work done then, so we had these working groups, and all of a sudden 2 people behind a door, whether it be in the dark of night or during the wee hours of the day, you have 1 representative and 1 senator, and the Commissioner of Higher Education decided what was put in this bill. Members, this isn't worth the paper it's printed on. This is bogus. For the chair of the Higher Ed Committee in the House of Representatives to refuse to answer a question about her bill, why are you even here? Check it, just check out.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, Representative Albright is invoking personalities in debate. He is out of order. I ask for you to rule him out of order.
Madam Speaker, advice on that point of order?
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe it would just help if we showed each other a little more respect. And I'll ask my members to be respectful of your members, which we will do. But I think it is appropriate, after having 28 hours of debate in the last 2 days, saying that we shouldn't send these bills to the committees of jurisdiction, when a member of a committee stands on the House floor and asks a legitimate question about a bill to the bill's author. I think it's appropriate. It'd be fine with me if that bill author wanted to say, you know what, I think that's a gotcha question. I think it's designed to delay and blah, 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 and I'm not going to answer that. That's fine. But when it's a legitimate question about language that's in the bill and whether this process is actually happening, it makes things worse when we don't answer the question. If you don't totally have an answer, fine. Just say, I will check. I don't have it for you right now. But then we know. But we're not talking about the Civil War right now. We're not talking about Comic-Con. We're talking about this bill and whether notices have been sent by the Commissioner of Higher Education to the members that they are required to be sent to prior to a transfer. That's not your fault if that's not happening, but we just want to know if it is. I mean, we're thinking about to the point where if it's not happening, we maybe need to ask then we need some stronger language here. Here's my proposal. We will show you respect today on the House floor if you'd please respect us and our committee members enough to answer a question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, I want to remind members of Section 124, Paragraph 3 of Mason's Manual, please refrain from using personalities in debate and questioning members' motives. Representative Albright.
Madam Speaker. When you sign up for a committee, you sign up because you have a desire to make a difference. You sign up because you either have experience in that area of civic duty. You sign up because you believe that there needs to be change. You believe that there needs to be improvement, or in the case, acceleration in terms of the positive nature of the programs that you see in that area or committee structure. For the last 6 months, I have participated in that endeavor alongside other members of this chamber, whether they be in the GOP majority or they be in the DFL. But to come to this floor and to be asked to consider a bill that has enormous ramifications for the growth and the prosperity of this state based upon a workforce that we are trying to develop with our young adults, and for that matter, anyone who wants to further their education at one of our higher education institutions. And I can't even invoke a response from the chair or the vice chair, or for that matter, anyone on the committee, or much less anyone from the majority in this chamber, with regard to the bill itself. What am I led to believe? Is it the committee of the whole? Is it just to expect that this is normal operating procedure for every other budgetary bill that will consume the next 11 days, day and night, because we're not getting answers? Is it because you refuse to answer the questions? These are constructive questions. We're not playing games here. We're trying to understand what's going on in this bill as a mechanical mechanism that affords communication to go from OHE to the members of the committee. It's a simple question. It's a straightforward question. It's not a gotcha moment. It's incredibly disappointing, and it makes me beg the question, how will the rest of this biennium be handled? We have another session. Starts in February of 2022. How's that going to go? Because if I am led to believe that the correspondence, the communication, the flow of information between members on this floor in this chamber is indicative of what I am to expect coming back into session in February of 2022, am I led to believe that I asked the chair or the vice chair of the Higher Ed Committee a question? I'll get a similar response to say, no response. I won't yield. Is that what we are expecting now? Is that what we're all led to believe, whether it be transportation, jobs, HHS, judiciary, public safety, legacy, bonding? No answers? I mean, I'm going to take stock in crickets. This is beneath the institution. It is beneath the level of professionalism that I believe that each one of us was elected to afford one another. So what else are we supposed to do? Can't get answers from the leads or the chairs in the majority of the budget bills that are supposedly supposed to be passed and signed into law. There's no transparency. This is more of, as my military retired friend yesterday said, this is more of just reinforcing what he said, Operation Secret Session. When you have no transparency, the mind goes to the worst. You believe the worst. I don't want to believe the worst about this process. I'd like to believe that we can work together. But you're giving me no choice. You're giving me no option to what I am led to believe about the structure and the process that you want to follow or that you don't want to allow us to participate in. Would Representative O'Neill yield for a question? She's not on the floor. Would Representative Dowd yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Albright.
Representative Dowd, minutes ago, I was afforded the opportunity to receive a document from the majority leader with relevance to these notifications, I believe, that came from the Commission of OHE. And I'm wondering, since I see it's in your possession, I'm wondering if you would elaborate on what we've found out through back channels, if it were.
Yeah.
Representative Dowd.
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. I apologize. Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Albright. I do have that, and Representative Bernardy, when I asked her the question the first time, she said, "Yeah, I think we did get one." So she knew that these were coming. We did not see them, although this shows that the letter was sent to the Republican lead on the committee at the time. So this one was dated July 28th. So the process apparently is happening, but you know, obviously Bud Nornis retired. He's not here. The lead of the Republican committee now, who's working on this as we're setting the budget, doesn't have a way of seeing these, right? So she has requested them, and this is, I believe, what she would have told you if she would have yielded, or if she stepped off, I think, but if she was here, she would have said the same thing. You know, these are things that we kind of need to see, right? Everybody needs to see them. So my suggestion, Representative Bernardy, is in the future, we should either put some language in that requires the commissioner to just post these on the website so that we have a record of them. And even if the lead or the committee chair changes from biennium to biennium, we can still go back and see the letters and just see who they were sent to. And not who they were sent to, but how much money was not spent in a certain area and where it was spent, just so we have a record of that. And I think it helps us because each member here obviously has a priority out of that list. You may care about the grant program more than the feeding hungry college kids program, whatever, and she may have the opposite priority, right? So that we can advocate for those and make sure that we're funding things where it's actually needed. Or if we see a lot of transfers out of one area, that tells us maybe the next time around we don't need to appropriate as much in that area. Or we can at least ask the commissioner questions about why didn't we spend so much money in that area? Has the demand gone down? It's particularly relevant considering the last year and a half we've been in COVID. So I really do appreciate you just showing us that letter because we couldn't dig it up. So it does show that they are sending them. But it also shows a little weakness in the process in that they're not cataloged anywhere. So when a lead, when a chair retires and a lead takes over, a new lead takes over, there's not a way to go back and see these. And the only other way to do that is request them from the department, which we did, and we're still waiting for that request. So I think it would be easier if we just put language in. I think my colleagues are going to tell you they have a lot of other concerns about just allowing a commissioner to transfer from one account to another. I agree with them, that's probably also a concern. I was just concerned that these notices get in the right hands so that we can be the check and balance, right, to see if the transfers happen in a way that we would approve. And if they did, fine. If they didn't, we can adjust that in the next biennium and move dollars to a different account. So appreciate you bringing that over. Just a simple, quick suggestion from me would be that we put language in asking the department to put these, maybe for a 4-year period, they're required to just post them on a page on their website so that we can access them. I think that would be a simple way of accomplishing that. But really the way to deal with this, Madam Chair, is you should probably at some time in the next year have or year and a half, have a hearing on this, and you guys come up with what the right answer is. That's just my suggestion, but just to make sure that people are getting the notices they should be getting. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging me to and for sending that over, and then thank you, members and Madam Speaker.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Dowd, for that suggestion. I would add to that by saying this. One of the things that was lacking from the presentation and the reporting that came from the Commission of OHE was there was no conversation about these in committee, nor was there any recognition that they had occurred by the chair of the committee to the members around the table over the last several months. I now see that Representative O'Neill's on the floor, and so I'm asking if she, Madam Speaker, if she would yield to a question. Madam Speaker.
Can you state that again, Representative Albright?
would Representative O'Neill yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative O'Neill, I take it that you've seen this document now as it has come to us just recently. I'm wondering if you could just share with us any notification that you, as the minority lead, have you ever seen one of these? And if so, what would you have done with it had you received one, either in committee or in your correspondence with the chair or the vice chair of the Higher Ed Committee? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Albright, for that question. So, to my recollection, I don't remember receiving any of these transfer notifications. And I can, I would just point out that the one that we have in front of us is from July of 2020, before I became the lead of the committee. And this actually was copied to Representative Bud Nornis, who was the lead at the time. So I didn't have access to this. He's retired, and so I don't have access to his emails. I don't know if this is in some archive, maybe with our researchers. I don't know that. It probably is not, because it went directly to the lead of the committee. And so I don't recall getting any of these notices since then. I'd have to look back in my email. But what I would do with this would be to bring it up in committee. I had served as the vice chair of higher ed back in 2015, so I have some base of knowledge, but I am doing a little bit of catch up, as lead this time. And what's really important to me is transparency and integrity. And when you have a piece of language that basically says you can move money between 11 different categories with just a notification, which is, it's just a paragraph, on a piece of paper, to say we're going to transfer from here to here, and there's, a scant reason why. It's a one-sentence reason why they're doing it. That to me is problematic. And again, the fact that this correspondence is specifically to the chairs and the minority leads and to no one else, that's problematic. It should be public information so that people know what's being transferred. And obviously, our budget documents and things like that are public. Our spreadsheets are public. All of that's posted on our websites, and so people can see that, but they can't see this. That's why this whole thing of transfers is so problematic to me. And and I know Representative Dowd got some information, Leader Dowd got some information that this has been in since maybe the 90s. But here's the problem with that. So we are in still a state of emergency. We've been in a state of emergency since March. And here I have an entire history of the emergency powers. And it's interesting because I served on the Legislative Process Reform Committee, where Representative Haley and myself and Garofalo and actually Leader Dowd on the minority side spent quite a bit of time looking at the history. And so it's important to know that just because you've been doing it and it's in statute for decades doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. And maybe it started off as a very small amount of money and maybe just a few grant programs, but it has grown to 11 programs and $500 million. Okay, at some point we have to say, whoa, 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 that's a little bit too much money. Yes, we've been technically doing some transfers between accounts for some time. That doesn't make it right. And then if you look at the history of the emergency powers, which we are still under today, we still are under emergency powers. So back in 2003, that's when they changed it to include a public health emergency, but they put a sunset on it. Now, those that were on that committee got to hear that whole history. And in 2005, they let the name public health emergency expire and just called it a peacetime emergency, but it still encompassed the components. So, they did this back in 2005. And it's interesting because I was so disturbed by the fact that we've been under emergency powers for months and months and months that I went and talked to the leaders of the legislature that made those decisions in 2003 and 2005, and they had no recollection of that legislation at all. I don't think they ever imagined that we would be 15 months into a state of emergency with the governor having all of this power, and that's what this is about. This is problematic because the governor has been under emergency powers for 15 months. And I have the entire history of emergency powers, Chapter 12, right here in my hand. And we discussed it in that committee. And again, I said I went back and I talked to some of the legislative leaders, the Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader of the Senate. I talked to them. And they said, oh, I don't remember that at all. Go talk to a researcher. Well, I don't think that they put this into place so that we could have a governor deciding decisions for 15 months. Now, I am going to look at this bill in this language underneath that lens. The governor has had emergency powers for 15 months and going. So no, I am not willing to just let him transfer money, $500 million between accounts however he would like, with just a notice to the legislature. Can we do anything about it? Absolutely not. The language says we're just notified. So we do this huge appropriation, and then he gets to shift it between accounts. And we're going to hear more about that because I know Representative Nash really likes transparency in government, and he's going to speak to that. But this is so egregious. I don't care how long this type of language has been in statute. I don't care. What I do care is that it is wrong. It was wrong then, and it is wrong now, and it is so much more wrong now because of what we are living under right now. You know, in 2003, the reason that we included a public health emergency was because of 9/11 and because of anthrax. So we had a reason. We had an input as to why we decided that the governor should have that type of emergency power. So I'm looking at this just as the legislature in 2003 looked at 9/11 and anthrax and said, wow, we need to make a change. And I'm telling you right now, we need to make a change. The governor has too much power. And in the entire time, our 5 months in committee, I went through every bill and pushed back every time that the governor tried to take more power. This is the most egregious part of it, but there were others. There were other components that he tried to bring forth to grab more power. Now, maybe 3 years ago, this language wouldn't have even raised ire at all. Maybe we would have thought, well, you know, it's not that big of a deal. You know what? We are not in a pre-pandemic, pre-COVID, pre-emergency power time anymore. And we need to look at every single bill with that lens. Because we should never let that happen again. We should never let the governor of the state of Minnesota have unending powers for as long as he has had them right now. And every time I see a bill that gives him more power, I'm going to tell you the same thing, because I think enough is enough. So I hope that answers your question, Representative Albright. You got me going again. And I think it's incredibly important. I think we are here to stand up for the citizens of the state of Minnesota. And I can't tell you how many people have said to me, you need to stand up and end these emergency powers. You don't need to give the governor any more power and authority. Well, here's our opportunity to the tune of $500 million to say, no, you don't just get to decide where that's going to go. Thank you, Representative Albright, for the question.
Representative Albright.
Madam Speaker, thank you. You know, we're at a point on this amendment where, and subsequent amendments that we will propose to the majority on this bill, where it becomes a question in terms of if we will get a response from the chair or from any member from the majority, which is highly unfortunate, because it leads the members of this minority to question motives, to question the process that they will intend to follow with other bills. And so for the time being, Madam Speaker, I will relent and allow the others to speak to this amendment. And with that, we'll look forward to hoping that the level of communication between the two sides of this chamber a little more communicative, to be blunt. Thank you.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, transparency. How important is that? I live and blessed to represent District 1B, which houses the University of Minnesota Crookston campus, which I would say is the best campus, but it is smaller, and it has developed over years. Many strong people that work there have developed it and kept it going. It used to be my mother-in-law's high school. My husband went to technical school there, and now it is part of the University of Minnesota. And then I also have, I'm claiming Representative Burkle's Northwest Community College, but one is in Thief River Falls and one is in East Grand Forks. And they are two-year community colleges that really are very important to my rural students. There are many students that the university thinks at the main campus that, oh, well, if we don't have that program down in St. Paul, no big, or in Crookston, no big deal. They'll just come to St. Paul. Well, guess what, folks? They don't. They don't. They go to South Dakota, they go to North Dakota, they go to UND. In fact, my college is even looking at some joint programs so that we can offer some things that students aren't going to go to the main campus for. But my point in transparency is that the university, in its wisdom, about 6 years ago, I want to say, one of my first years, decided that agricultural education was not important to the Crookston campus, as a few kids, didn't really make sense financially. And so the powers that be, just like the governor deciding on money, the powers that be said at the university, no, we aren't going to have that class here, we'll have it in St. Paul. One of the instructors came to me and said, Representative Keel, this is not good. These students will not go to the main campus. We will lose them. And guess what? When they go to North Dakota and South Dakota, the ag educators, that's where they teach. They don't stay in Minnesota. And folks, I have one of the largest agricultural districts in Minnesota. Do you know that Polk County alone is the highest raiser of soybeans? And that doesn't mean just farming. That means all of the other things that have to come with that. And so it is really great that students are taught in that area and have the expertise that I need as a farmer to be able to take care of my crop. So when the powers that be in St. Paul or the governorship say, well, this program is not important, we don't need to fund it, we'll shift the program, they are really not looking at what is needed in the district. And that's what concerns me personally. When the governor decides that, well, you know, this school should have it, that school should not, it doesn't work. It needs to be the leadership of those colleges that decide what needs to happen, and they should work as a team. I am very distraught by Representative O'Neill's revelation that we were allowing people to decide what will be funded and what will not, that we will let the governor have what was it, $500 million of decisions made to fund whatever, wherever the schools are. And trust me, they're struggling. The Crookston campus has done all kinds of things to stay viable. Chancellor Casey, back when he was there, started a laptop program, and now the school has half of its students on campus and the other half online. In fact, one of our members, I think Representative Munson, is a graduate of the online program. They don't have to go to school there. They can just attend online. Some come for graduation. They get their degrees. They get a University of Minnesota degree, and how important that is. And it is a great campus. I want to say that when this ag education program was discontinued, we kept working. We worked with President Kaler. He said, oh, Deb, they'll come down here and they'll go back to rural Minnesota and they'll be teaching those classes. They didn't. And so a few years later, I think it was 2-3 years later, I had the ammunition to come back and say, sir, we aren't getting those students. In fact, you've lost them. They didn't go to the main campus. They didn't come to Crookston. They're in North Dakota and South Dakota. They are rural kids, students that want to work in rural Minnesota. We just heard Representative Burkle and I just heard from the state veterinarian that we need large animal veterinarians. They can start in Crookston, which is really a good idea. They eventually have to go to the main campus for their graduate degree, and that's understandable. But there are students I'm hearing that would like to go to the University of Minnesota Crookston, where they can live at home to save expenses, and they can get scholarships to be able to become a veterinarian, which is super important in Minnesota. We need those large animal veterinarians. When the school doesn't get funded and the governor decides that, well, that's not really important, it is just a tragedy of the things that we need in agriculture, but in Minnesota in general. It is really important. We struggle with diseases and things that can be handled by veterinarians. The other thing is Northland College, both of the colleges are a great place for a student to start, to see if they want to be a welder or they want to move on. I have one teacher friend. Her son wanted to go into construction trades. He attended a community college. He got his degree. He went out to work. And guess what? He said, I think I want a master's in this. So he went back and got his degree through the system and is now doing very well in a management position as opposed to hammering those nails in. I guess they don't do that anymore. It's an electric gun. So anyway, but really important. We really need welders. We need, in rural Minnesota, we see a lot of job opportunity for people that want to live in rural Minnesota. I want to see those veterinarians come back. But the ag education program came back after much talking and discussion because it was always, oh, it's not going to be funded, and we are filling ag education in schools. Now, why is that important? Why should that be funded? Because those are classes that help the students in our high schools to see career opportunity, whether it be in agricultural education, in welding, in leadership. There are many of these students that take FFA leadership classes. They are learning how to do landscaping. They're exposed to all kinds of jobs. And it's really important that we show our high school students that they have an opportunity. I talked to a grandma the other day, went to school with her, and she said, I'm so disappointed. My granddaughter's not going to go to school. She doesn't think we can afford it. She's wonderful with animals. Oh, that's good. She did ag education in school, but she's just going to get a job. And that's fine, too. That might be what she needs to do right now. But she is a first member of the generation going to college. She has opportunity galore. And we need to, in this bill, there's some funding for these students, and we need to make sure that they have that opportunity. But if we do not have transparency in where the money goes, it is egregious to the campuses. It is really difficult for the Crookston campus. I don't think people realize how many times we are the last on the list. We're funded poorly at times. I've got staff that come to me all the time and are very frustrated with how the campus is looked at because it's not the big campus. And they do all kinds of things. There is public safety they have a program for. They have, of course, agriculture, education, childcare, big program in childcare that's very important. They have not so much animal ag anymore. That kind of disappeared, which is unfortunate. However, our agricultural area is less about agriculture, animals than ranching than it was crop management. But trying to think off the top. I should have made a list, shouldn't I have? Yeah. Somebody's going to say, you forgot this one. But some really, health health information, health education, so that students can go into, whether they're in health management or they decide to go into medical, a doctor, whatever, nursing program isn't there because the Northland Community College has a beginning one, and then many of those students go into UND program in order to go into nursing. But we've discussed those things. I talk to the chancellor quite often. She's trying to figure out what these students need, and we work toward helping them. I will go back to what Representative O'Neill said. We need to have transparency with these dollars. We need to pass this amendment so that we can make sure that the dollars go where they're needed, and we need reports. We need to know as a legislature where that money goes. I find it so frustrating as a legislator when somebody calls me and says, hey, do you know what they did with this? And it takes forever to figure out what happened to the funding. And often you just scratching your head going, how did that happen? Because we're expected to know where it went. It's our responsibility. So members, with that, I will, I said my piece. Thank you, Representative O'Neill, for bringing this forward. Chair Bernardy, I really hope you consider adding this amendment to the amendment so that we can have some more transparency. Thank you.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, my journey towards financial transparency started back when I was elected to the City Council in the great city of Waconia. I was elected and I came in and like everybody else who gets elected into their first elected office, you're bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, you want to make a difference, you want to find out where every nickel is and where it all goes, and you have question after question after question until then the city administrator finally just said, you have lots of good questions, but sometimes you don't have to ask all of them. And she's a good friend of mine, and I respect her, and she's really good at her job. But what we learned as I progressed in my time, both as city council member and then mayor, and then coming here, is that the people who send us here and the people who fund the things that we do here are really interested in where the money is. And you've seen me do this before. This is where all money comes from that is spent here at the Capitol or in city councils. It comes from someone's wallet or their checkbook or some other vessel, Representative O'Neill's, probably her purse. But that's where the money comes from. And it's not a crazy idea to say we'd like to be able to provide some transparency to the people who send money here that gets spent on education or transportation or insert thing here that we appropriate money for. And one of the things that I like to do when I talk to some of the AP government students or other government students that I do when I go to the various high schools in my district is I ask them the fun question, where does the appropriation process start at the Capitol? Well, everybody here knows that it starts here in the Minnesota House of Representatives. And as we move that through the system, everything that we do should be fully transparent. Because once again, it's not our money. Now, we deal in millions of dollars like it's nothing. $1 million here, $1 million there, what's a couple million among friends? But to the people in Waconia or Cologne or Victoria, Norwood Young America, Watertown, Hamburg, New Germany, that's money that comes from them. And they really have the right to say, hey, Nash, where did it go? What did you all do with that money? Now, back to my time at City Council and my education on transfers. So the city administrator gave me a really good picture of sometimes how funds within funds work. And she said, then it was Councilmember Nash, think of it as one giant pocket with smaller pockets inside that pocket. And for those who wear male dress pants, sometimes I have it here in this pair of pants today, there's a small pocket watch or coin pocket within your pocket. So that's the analogy that I like to use. The money that we transfer from one fund to another should have a paper trail.
because once again, not our money. It should be something that if a citizen were to come and either send me an email or knock on my door or stop me at the grocery store or see me at the gas station, they should say, Representative Nash, I had a question about how some of the transfers in the higher ed bill are going to work, because they are generally inquisitive. And I think that's always the surprising part is people watch this closely. And I love that. I love that our people that we serve are keenly interested in how money is spent here. So when I became mayor, one of the things that bothered me was that on the consent agenda of our city council program, there was always the bills list. And it would say bills list, and then it would list a total. That bugged me, because I wanted to show the full detail of what had been spent that prior month at the city of Waconia. And I asked the city administrator if it would be onerous to break it out. And she said, well, no, we have the data. We can do that. So we did it. We, as a city council, made a decision and voted on to put into our our agenda packet as much detail as we could possibly fit in there on what was spent at the city of Waconia the previous month. What I heard from the people in the city of Waconia, the people that I represented as their mayor, was thank you. Thank you for being detailed. Thank you for showing us, and some of it was very mundane. Some of it was spent by the Public Works Department. They needed to go and get some fitting or some piece of equipment at the local hardware store, and they might have spent $2.11. Well, that $2.11 was listed on the bills list, and the people in Waconia really appreciated that. And as we would go further down the line with other transfers at the city of Waconia that sometimes entailed larger amounts of money, it was drilled into our head again and again and again and again that we had to bring it to the council. We had to make an affirmative action to move that money from one place to the next. We had, had to have a recorded vote so that it could be traced back in an audit. And it could be then forwarded into a report. Now, earlier this year in the State Government Finance Committee, we had a request that I believe came in the form of a bill. Maybe it was from a departmental request, but that it was to remove the requirement to provide reports on transfers that were going on and activities that were going on inside of various agencies, departments, and various funding and spending activities. I, of course, as you would predict, was objecting to that effort. And in our committee, we talked about that, and I remember Representative Claiborne said that she too appreciated the reports, and I wonder, Madam Speaker, if Representative Claiborne would yield to a question? Claiborne? I'm getting a no. Well, that's sad. That makes me very sad. And here's why that makes me sad, because when I was a freshman, Representative Winkler, I think you sat where Representative Pinto is sitting today, and on a regular basis, you would ask our members to yield to a question. And I will tell you, Representative Winkler, I'm over here. Hello. Okay. Well, so he sits right over here in the front row of your equivalent to the dog pound. And when we were being trained in our caucus, we were never told to dodge questions, even from you. Now, sadly, you never asked me to yield to a question when I was a freshman, and that made me sad on the inside, because I would have had a great time debating you on the floor. But we were told, don't dodge the questions. You've issued orders to dodge the questions, or maybe somebody else, maybe not you, perhaps someone that looks like you, but you've issued the edict to your members. Don't answer Republican questions because we're mean or icky or some other thing. But we're not afraid to engage in floor debate. We're happy to do that because it brings forth illumination. It brings forward information. And I think the people at home probably are looking at you and saying, What are they afraid of? We'll come back to that. So back to the need at the city of Waconia when I was serving in the city council to provide great detail. Madam Speaker, I know someone who will yield to a question. Would Representative Farr yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Nash.
We have a winner. Representative Farr, you're in the banking industry, and you have been for quite some time. Can you detail the level of granularity that you have to provide to bank auditors? I think you said earlier it's either 16 or 18 months. But can you give us some level of detail as to what has to be provided in order for you to continue on with the accreditations that you require and need to conduct your business as a bank?
Representative Farr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nash. Maybe before I answer the question, let me tell you maybe what it's not like first. It is nothing like the process that we're going through here today. There are no transfers without oversight, and I appreciate Representative O'Neill's comments on the governor and the emergency powers, because I was thinking to myself, what would that be like if I had a slush fund that I could do whatever I wanted with at the bank? Just $50, much less a $500 million. I can tell you what that would be like. I can tell you what would happen. I would have a slip delivered to me in this color very quickly. The process is not opaque. And again, I certainly don't have that slush fund. I don't have that ability to do that. So, as several times during the last 28 or 30 hours, I've been thinking about the chaplain's prayer Thursday morning when we started. It struck me because he challenged us, like many of them do, he challenged us to use the treasures of this state for the benefit of Minnesotans. And I've thought about that statement several times in the last 28 hours or whatever that time frame is, and I take that to heart. So back to the question, what it is like. It's 2 weeks of hell, quite honestly. Dozens of people coming in and going through your books with a fine-tooth comb to ensure that you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing, that you're accounting for the people's money, because that's what I'm taking care of, right? That's what we're doing here. We're accountable for the people's money. That's what I have to do at the bank. I have to ensure that every penny is accounted for. And so I think of a good friend of mine, Tim. He is a farmer. I spent one day 4 hours with him trying to find 9 cents. He wouldn't let it go. The books had to match. I spent 4 hours. I several times pulled out a dime out of my pocket, that little pocket inside the pocket, that one, and handed Tim a dime and said, can we let it go, Tim? And he wouldn't. That's what the people expect of us. That's the accountability level that Tim holds of himself, and I believe that's what the people expect of us. And I'm floored that we hold an industry to a higher standard than we hold ourselves. We hold an industry to a higher standard than we'll hold ourselves. Through that process, when those dozens of people come in and ask me why I'm doing more loans in one community than another, and make me account for every penny, I don't have the option to not answer a question. I don't have the option to not answer a question. And I'm floored and quite honestly appalled that some won't answer those questions. So, Representative Nash, I appreciate the question. I hope that answers it. Thank you.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and if the representative would continue to yield.
He will yield. Representative Nash.
So, Madam Speaker and Representative Farr, you shared something with me just 2 days ago, that you were on a promotion list to be promoted to Brigadier General, but you're going to be retiring from the military before that happens. So first, congratulate that. But let me ask you this question. When you're in uniform and you are asked by someone along the line of command a question. Are you allowed to just say, I don't feel like answering that, but thanks for the question. You have a great day.
Representative Farr.
No, Representative Nash, I've never had that experience. In fact, I was telling someone here this story not long ago. So, being a bank president and a full bird colonel, I don't hear the words no very often when I ask a question. And so I had someone not long ago, when I asked them to do something, tell me no. And they could tell by the look on my face that there was something wrong. And so they asked what was wrong, and I said, maybe this is my issue, but I just don't hear people telling me no, they're not going to do things very often. And so that was all that needed to be said. They went and did what I asked of them, thankfully. But no, I do not have the option to say no to a question. It just doesn't happen. Thank you, Representative Nash.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think you are all beginning to pick up on my theme here. So, Representative Farr, Colonel Farr, hopefully breveted General Farr, so you can retire with that on your shoulder. But he is tasked with making sure that the things that he is in command of are fully accounted for. That great specificity all the way down to how many gallons of gas were used when you were on deployment to go from here to here. You are ultimately accountable for that. Members, we, the legislature, and specifically the House, which is the body that appropriates money, are accountable to what is spent with the money that we appropriate. So all the money in this bill is first appropriated here in the House of Representatives. And we're simply asking the outrageous question, the outlandish request to say, hey, by the way, while you're at it, could you, knock together a report for us so that we know what's been transferred back and forth? Here's the bigger problem with that. Let's go back to my time as mayor. When we would make those transfers, when we would make any expenditure, it had to be voted on by a majority of the city council. Had to be voted on by a majority of the city council so that there was a clear inflection point for who made that decision, when, where, and we even recorded all that so we could have a full conversation on record of saying, yeah, we decided this was a good idea because we saw the need. And here's the problem that I have between lines 1.21 and 2.4, there's a conversation around programs as needed to meet demands. What does that mean? That's fairly vague. I mean, I know that bills are often written in such a way to leave some level of interpretation, and that just bothers me. I love specific language. Many of your members have commented on the fact that I use words that sometimes aren't in your common everyday lexicon, maybe like that one. I believe that words mean things. I think Representative Lucero said that the other day, but we should be able to articulate need. We should. There's a test in at least municipal government where we were told, but for this action, this thing that we wanted to have happen couldn't happen. We should have a but for requirement in this bill. But for the need of X number of students who will, I believe food is part of this, Representative O'Neill, but for the action of this effort, these students would perhaps fall short of what they need. I am completely okay with putting my name behind something if I can understand and articulate and digest that whole chain of logical thought. Let's go now to what I told you yesterday. I'm a trustee at a college in my community, and I serve on a board of another college. There are times where you have to make some spending that wasn't previously thought of, and there are those times where we have interfund transfers. And I am not on the finance committee. I'm on the marketing and enrollment committee, but our finance committee goes through nauseating detail. So all of you money people, I'm not that. I like data. I don't feel like slogging through the process of getting to data. However, when we make a decision, we can lean on them, and you can say, hey, give us the spending history of the college, and they can hit a report and print off tomes of data for you. Why? Because we want to be able to pass the audit. And I really hope that Auditor Nobles is listening maybe today, because I got to think, this is a target-rich environment for Auditor Nobles, who I think the world of. This is bad policy. This is a bad approach. This is a bad bill in this regard. We shouldn't just be able to say, hey, friends, I'm the governor. Oh, that'll never happen. I'm too conservative for that. But hey, let's make some transfers and, get back to me when it's done, and I don't really care about the details. To me, that's what's being said here in this bill, is that the governor doesn't want or need or maybe doesn't want to provide details because it's left up to him to decide how those transfers are made. Perhaps capriciously, perhaps somewhat justifiably. We don't know because there's no mechanism to provide that reporting in this bill. In the State Government Finance Committee and on State Government Finance Night, again, a beautiful night from my perspective, we talked about the need to provide these reports. And it was, I think it was Representative Hornstein, when we were having floor debate and he was here for Transpo, was sitting over where Representative Elkins is now. He even gave me a little shout out. Here's a report for you, Representative Nash, because I know how much you love reports. I do. Because they are providing information and transparency. I hate opacity. Hate it. That's what this is all about. So I don't want to belabor this because I've been encouraged not to. If you've ever come to my office or you follow me on Facebook, my profile picture is me getting my butt kicked by a bull. Broke 3 ribs, dislocated my shoulder, tore my bicep, tore my trapezius. I really lost that interaction. But if you look in the background of the picture, there is a person in a chicken suit running away from the bull. I stood there and I took on the bull, and the chicken ran away. Didn't want to answer for themselves. And I'm just going to say again, my side, happy to answer questions, happy to yield to questions, take on the bull, and because I don't want to bring motives into this, I'll let you figure out, based on my picture analogy, what I think you are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Why is this bill over 70 pages instead of just a couple? It's because of priorities. One person determining where monies are shifted and spent. We could do a bill as a spreadsheet or a couple pages, but no, there are over 70 pages. Priorities from 134 districts. We're here not just to sit around and chat. We're here to be the voice, to stand up and input and fight for the priorities of the people in our district. We're not here to, okay, we've got a dollar amount, throw it over and let a person with their priorities determine where it's spent. That isn't why we have a House of Representatives. That isn't why we debate for hours on what the priorities are. And the subject of the hour is yielding to questions. I always learned that a discussion, a conversation, was 2 ways. It included listening It included trying to find out why the other person had a different set of priorities or a different opinion, so we could come together with better understanding and be able to make the best choices for the citizens of our state. As a freshman, I remember the first time I was asked to yield. It was former minority leader, former speaker, and current Supreme Court Justice Thiessen. And in fact, he was also the first person I asked to yield. And we had discourse, and I think the chamber's better for it. But getting back to the priorities, money is important, funding is important, and I can understand where maybe you did things more efficiently and didn't spend all the money in one area. But we, the legislature, have set the priorities as a body. And the governor, when he signs the legislation into law, has accepted our determination and work on that. My first bill came from sitting before I was elected and listening to the teachers at a MINSCU. It was a teacher meeting, the professors, the instructors, and they were talking diligently about the best way to do things. And then they said, who wants to volunteer for the committee, the Spend It or Lose It committee? Because the idea was you spent all the money so that next time you could ask for more. Well, out of that came my first bill, which empowered the state employees who do the work to say, you know, we can save money here instead of wasting it. And that allowed for half the money, it was Savvy, was the name of the bill, half the money would go back to the general fund. The other half of the money would be in a fund where not one person, but a committee of faculty and administration working together would be able to spend it better on their mission. Again, the theme was a group of people from different perspectives coming together. I don't have to use all the fingers on my hands of the people that voted against that. Of 201 legislators, fewer than 10 voted against that. Now, if we are going to say there needs to be flexibility, let's have a flexibility of doing things better, doing things right, saving the taxpayer money, and then, go forward with ideas jointly, not abdicating our voice, our power, our service to our constituents by allowing someone to just say on their whim where they can shift the money around. That is not democracy. That is not representative government. That is basically a dictatorship, empowering one and ignoring the many. So let us take a small step and vote green on this amendment and keep vivid the priorities and the voices that have come forward to set up the bill, instead of just saying, here's the money, you do what you want with it. Thank you, members.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Haley. The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we've been talking about this issue of transparency and transfer for quite a while now, members. And, I've read the language, and I too have some questions about this particular issue. And it actually reminded me of my first year here as a freshman. And this story actually involves Chair Bernardy. And then new speaker, Kurt Dowd, who's not on the floor right now, but my family was here and we're trying to figure out our housing situation at the time. Carrie and I had 5 little ones with us and found a house to rent in South Minneapolis over by Minnehaha Falls, nice place. But I had no furniture, and we're trying to figure out what we're going to do and how to arrange my office and arrange our new place. And really don't know anybody or what you might do to rent or to find furniture, what the best options are. And as I brought my trailer here with a load of furniture and such, things I thought I would need for my office, I'm running through the breezeway with Carrie and the kids, and my wife Carrie looks over and she's like, "Josh, look." And there was a sign right up above a sofa that said, "Free, please take." And I thought, perfect. This is going to be great. Otherwise, I was going to be out shopping for a sofa. And so we quick scooped it up, put it in the trailer, brought it to South Minneapolis, put it in the living room. The kids plopped down and watched Winnie the Pooh or something. I mean, it was perfect. And we're thinking, wow, great find. Terrific end to the day. Well, lo and behold, next morning I look at my freshly installed house email, and there's an alert. There's a missing sofa in the Minnesota House of Representatives. I thought, oh my gosh. There was a miscommunication that, in this case, was deliberate. Speaker Dowd, as a practical joke, had put "free, please take" over the sofa in the breezeway. And I go rushing up to the leadership corner and I say, "I've done something terrible. It is not my fault, but I have stolen a sofa." And I hear howling from Kurt's office. It worked. Some moron took the sofa. Anyway, as it turns out, it was Chair Bernardy's sofa. It was waiting to be brought to her office. And I don't recall if I called or if my LA made contact, but the great part of this story is Chair Bernardy said, "You know what? You guys need it more than me." And for 2 years we used that. It sat in our little house over in South Minneapolis. And so I just wanted to bring up a lighthearted story about a misunderstanding and maybe an example of how more information might have helped me avoid an uncomfortable situation, and to thank the chair for her use of the sofa, which, if I remember correctly, after I used it, it went to a charity. So, that's just a quick example of how these things can how these little mix-ups can cause a problem, and we hope that more information could be made available and maybe avoid some of those kinds of things that may have greater impact. So thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I served on higher ed my first term. I really enjoyed that committee, and it's still an area that I have a lot of passion for. So thank you, Chair Bernardy, for your work, and thank you, Lead O'Neill, for all your work. It's a very, very important bill. But there's one thing that I want to talk about, and we will, when we get to third reading, there's a number of provisions that I'll speak to as well. But on this amendment, I stand up in support of the O'Neill amendment. And I'd like to take us a little bit different direction. Of course, the amendment's about accountability and transparency and oversight, and I think my colleagues have been down on the list here a bit, so I think my colleagues have really covered our concern about those issues in great detail. But I'd like to expand that to just the precedent that this sets, and to me, it really ties back to emergency powers. And the fact that we as a body, well, I'll rephrase that, because not personally, I think the majority party is getting quite comfortable with this idea that the executive branch is involved in appropriations from the beginning. And that is just such an overarching concern to me. I've seen this in some of our other omnibus bills. In the Jobs and Economic Development bill, there was a proposal to revamp the Workforce Development Fund, millions of dollars that are generated from taxes on employers, and to completely have the department be in charge of how those funds are distributed to different nonprofit agencies that do workforce training without any input from the legislature. And that's what I am most concerned about, Chair Bernardy, in this provision. Not critical of your bill, but this philosophy that the legislature is ceding our authority, not out of ego, but because that is our constitutional authority. And that if we allow that executive branch to have the kind of the first right of refusal, we have no way to sort of get that back. And in this bill, that's so important to me, our higher ed institutions, I always say when I visit the institutions in my district, and I've traveled around the state as well and have visited a number of post-secondary schools, their success is our success. Their success fuels the success of our students who are our future workforce that will then create the jobs and be the workers that will keep our state competitive and continue to have us on that path of growth. So their success is our success. So how these funds are distributed and allocated is very, very important. It's strategic. It should be strategic. And it should be a priority that we have coming into this body. And our job is to understand those priorities from all over the state and to represent the regions of our state, the districts of our state, the constituents that we represent. And that's our first step. The first step should not be the agency or the executive branch allocating that money, and then for us to have to wait for the report as Leader Dowd and Representative O'Neill kind of discussed and peeled back the onion on how do we even know what's happening. So that is chiefly my concern here, is how these decisions are made, and that it should start in this body and be debated in committee and then voted on, and then the executive branch has veto authority. That's the process. So fundamentally, Chair Bernardy, that is my concern with just this comfort that is happening in how we are abdicating our constitutional authority. And that is why I stand to support the O'Neill Amendment, and I would urge my colleagues to vote yes on this. And then we can get on to the further discussion on this very important bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I, too, rise and encourage member support for the O'Neill amendment to the amendment. And we've heard a lot of great words over the last several minutes. So let me just refresh what the amendment to the amendment is, Madam Speaker, and why I'm rising to speak in favor. Presently, in the bill, there is a series of appropriations, and it begins on page 1, line 1.22, and it says, beginning on line 1.23, the sums shown in the columns marked appropriations are appropriated to the agencies for the purposes specified in this article. And then the next several of pages enumerate a multitude of agencies and purposes for which funds are appropriated. And among them are child care grants, work, study, interstate tuition reciprocity, tribal college grants, intervention for college attendance programs, Midwest Higher Education Compact, United Family Medicine Residency Program, College Possible Spinal Cord Injury and Traumatic Brain Injury Research Grant Program, and there are a bunch more, but I want to draw members' attention specifically to the following. Safety Officers Survivors. And let me read the language, what this says under this appropriation. So funds are being appropriated for the following, Mr. Speaker, and it is on line 2.22. This appropriation is to provide educational benefits to eligible dependent children to the spouses of public safety officers killed in the line of duty. Mr. Speaker and members, do we believe that that's important? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And the reason that is important is because the great men and women in law enforcement are under an incredible and intense pressure right now to keep us safe. And Mr. Speaker, they are doing so in the midst of a city council that has 3/4 of the members recently stand up on a platform with giant letters, defund the police. They do so when prior to being a member of this body, a current city and state representative traveled to a suburb and screamed at law enforcement, their wives and their children. Obscenities that I cannot say on this floor. Screaming, and these are members of the Democrat Party. Our law enforcement officers are under verbal abuse, mental abuse, attacks, and they have been for well over a year. The Democrat Party is orchestrating attempts to make their lives incredibly difficult, our precious law enforcement officers. And we've seen the results twofold. We've seen law enforcement officers demoralized. We've seen law enforcement officers retire before they were expecting to. We've seen law enforcement officers take medical leave for the traumatic stress that they're under. In fact, just a few months ago, when I was walking the streets of Otsego, the city of Otsego, one of the cities that I represent, I was there in somebody's front yard talking to one of my constituents. A vehicle drove down, slowed down, I could see it out of the corner of my eye, came to complete stop. And this gentleman got out of the car and came up to me and asked me the question, "Are you Representative Eric Lucero?" And I said, "Yes, I am." And he said, "Representative Lucero, we've never met before, but I wanted to stop and thank you. I'm a law enforcement officer," and he told me the city, and I'm not going to say. It is a suburb in the 7-county metro area. He lives in my district, district. And he said, We are suffering as law enforcement officers. He said, I'm a law enforcement officer. We are suffering. We are under attack. And I just wanted to stop and thank you and those that are with you and agree with you in the support for law enforcement officers. And I said, you know what, sir? Don't thank me. I'm just some guy. I am just some guy. There is nothing special about me. I said, you, sir, and your colleagues are the ones that all of us need to thank. I've seen the pressure, the stress, and how you run toward the danger while others are running away from danger. You are the one to be thanked. So when I see this language before us that's in the bill that begins on page 10, line 10.32, the Commissioner of the Office of Higher Education may transfer unencumbered balances from the appropriations in this section. The appropriations in this section that this language is referring to on page 10 is the appropriations that come before that, which is pages 1 through 9. And among those are the ones that I began this with that include, once again, one of those appropriations is safety officers, survivors. Those officers who, in the midst of Democrats screaming to have them defunded, screaming lies and poisonous venom at our law enforcement officers while they're trying to do their jobs, if they unfortunately and tragically have to give their life, and they will do so because our law enforcement officers are brave, they are strong, they are professional, and if they lose their life in the defense of another, and they have families that they leave behind, that's what this fund is intended for. This appropriation is to provide educational benefits to eligible dependent children and to the spouses of public safety officers killed in the line of duty. Killed while Democrats scream, defund the police. So not only have we seen the demoralization and the ranks reducing, we've seen violent crime skyrocketing in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Criminals are emboldened. What do we think that does to the health and safety of our law enforcement officers? It makes their already dangerous job more dangerous because emboldened criminals are on a rampage across Minneapolis and St. Paul. Carjackings, murders, gunshots are not what we should allow in the state of Minnesota. But Democrats are allowing it. They turn a blind eye to it. So then we have the language, as I mentioned, that would allow the Commissioner of the Office of Higher Education to move money away from that. Now, Mr. Speaker, I stand here right now, and all of Minnesota is well aware of the Democrats' lack of priority and the poison they spew at our professional law enforcement officers to defund them. A former member of this body wanted to disarm our police officers, Democrat. We have a member of the body right now, as I mentioned, that purposed himself to go to the suburbs to threaten to burn them down, Democrat, screaming obscenities at the children of law enforcement officers. Do you think that I and the rest of Minnesota have the confidence that Democrats are going to prioritize the survivors of law enforcement officers who may tragically lose their lives in the line of duty? I don't have that confidence. We've seen the priorities of Democrats, and they are not the priority in favor of law enforcement. They're the opposite of that. And so if we're going to give this authority to Democrats that hold the executive power right now, and we've seen the abuse of executive power for 15 months, I have no confidence at all that they would prioritize the survivors.
Are we speaking on the bill? Are we
of law
speaking on the
enforcement
bill?
officers.
Hey, are we speaking on the bill? Because I've about had enough of this. Are we speaking on the bill?
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Are we speaking, please? Somebody say something. Are we speaking on the bill?
Mr. Speaker, I am being interrupted. I have the floor, and Representative Thompson is overriding me. Please call him out of order.
Are we speaking on the bill, Madam Speaker?
Representative Thompson, you are out of order. Representative Lucero has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that Representative Thompson doesn't share my worldview. I know that he went to suburbs and screamed assemblies.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Madam. Point of order. I know you're racist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Personalities are not in order for debate, and I ask that you remind the Speaker of that.
Thank you, Representative Long. Take the members. I want to remind the body that Section 1.24, Paragraph 3 of the Mason's Rules, please refrain from using personalities in debate and questioning members' motives. Representative Lucero, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another frivolous point of order from a member of the majority party. I didn't question anybody's motives. I am speaking the facts that have been reported by the news. It is a fact that the Democrat Minneapolis City Council called to defund the police. That is not a motive. That is me repeating the facts. It is not a motive that a member of this body went to the city of Hugo and threatened to burn it down. That is a fact. I do not appreciate, Mr. Speaker, Representative Long getting up and interrupting me frivolously. It's only going to make me go into more detail. So I would highly recommend, and it is my advice, that the majority party do not continue to interrupt me with frivolous motions, because it will do the opposite of what they think it'll do. So, Mr. Speaker, on this note, as we've been listening to the members that came before me, there are some serious questions that need to be answered. And the first of those questions needs to be by the chief author of the bill that we are debating, Chair Bernardy, Chair of the Higher Education Committee. So, Mr. Speaker, would Chair Bernardy yield for question?
I currently do not see her in the chamber. She will not yield.
Oh, that's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that the chair of the committee, the chief author of the bill, chooses not to be on the floor during an important debate. Mr. Speaker, would the vice chair of the Higher Education Committee, Vice Chair Christensen, yield for a question?
Representative Lucero, repeat your question, please.
I haven't asked my question yet.
Well,
would Representative Christensen yield for a question?
She will not yield.
Well, that's unfortunate. So the chair and the vice chair of the Higher Education Committee will not yield for questions. Well, let's go down the rest of the committee members. Let's see if they'll yield for a question. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Howard yield for a question?
He will not yield.
Representative Howard will not yield. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Hansen yield for a question?
Nope.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Keeler yield for a question?
I believe not. Representative who?
Keeler.
No.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Claiborne yield for a question?
She will not.
Mr. Speaker, I just want a question answered on this provision. It's very important for me. It's very important to many members of this body. It's very important to all of Minnesota. And as we can see here, Mr. Speaker and members, the Democrats do not want to answer questions. They want to create bills with the tribunal, bring them to this floor, and they do not want to answer any questions that Minnesotans want answered. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Mason yield for a question?
Representative Mason will not yield.
There's 3 members left on the Higher Education Committee. Would Representative Knorr yield for a question?
Representative Knorr will not yield.
There's 2 members left on the Higher Education Committee. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Sandsteed yield for a question?
Representative Sandsteed will not yield.
There's 1 member left on the Higher Education Committee, the one that interrupted me earlier. Would Representative Thompson yield for a question?
No, absolutely not.
Representative Thompson will not yield for a question.
Well, I didn't think he would, because he doesn't dare answer questions from Representative Lucero.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Representative Lucero has engaged in personalities, motives, and, I might add, persistent irrelevance. I would ask that you rule him out of order and move the floor to another member who wishes to debate in accordance with the rules of this body.
I find the majority.
Mr. Speaker, advice.
The majority's
Mr. Speaker,
advice well
advice.
taken. Members.
Mr. Speaker.
Please refrain from.
Mr. Speaker.
Comments.
Mr. Speaker, advice.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have asked a series of members of the Higher Education Committee to yield. Every single one of them has said no. I am simply asking a question. I desire to ask a question. I haven't mentioned what that question would be. And I'm not sure what is irrelevant about that. As the majority leader just asserted, persistent irrelevance when I'm trying to get a question answered on a debate on the House floor on a bill that didn't have a committee hearing, on a bill that I was not part of the negotiations, that I would like to get additional information. The Democrat majority leader said that that was persistent irrelevance. You can see the priority. So the fact that I'm not going to be able to get any questions answered, I will just conclude with this. Law enforcement are important. They are to be revered. They are professional. And as I concluded my story earlier, my life experience when I was answering a question to Representative Heinrich, I aspired to be a law enforcement officer, and that's why I started college at Century Community College. We have one of the highest professional requirements in all 50 states. In the state of Minnesota, one of the highest thresholds to qualify to become a police officer, to be a law enforcement officer, and actually the correct term in Minnesota state statute is a peace officer. And a peace officer, whether they are man, woman, should be respected because they deserve respect. They are professional and they sacrifice their lives and they risk their lives for us. And that the Democrat majority refuses to answer questions while attacking them is abhorrent. Mr. Speaker, I highly encourage a green vote on the O'Neill amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
To the author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's getting a little bit heated in here today. You know, normally the higher ed bill is fairly calm and actually kind of boring, even though it's $3.5 billion. But wow, there's a lot of fire and brimstone and things flying around today. It's really kind of amazing. Mr. Speaker, I've done a lot of different jobs, not like Representative Lucero, but I have done a good share of different work in my past. And I've worked at a lot of different nonprofit organizations, and one thing that I would do when I would come into a new nonprofit, so I worked at international nonprofits, I worked at Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge, I've worked at small nonprofits like the Buffalo Food Shelf and other places, and one thing I consistently did every time I came into a new organization is I threw out what they had done in the past. Threw it out, because they hired me because the things weren't working well. And I restructured and I redid everything. And I like to say when I walked into Teen Challenge, it felt like it was 1955. Now, I wasn't even born until '69, so that's pretty bad. And so I brought it up to the modern era. And my colleagues are teasing me over here. So I helped to reform and recalculate and redo everything that they did. So sometimes I did number stuff, and sometimes I did development things, and sometimes I did marketing things, and I've done all kinds of different things. But one thing consistently I have done is I looked at what had been done in the past, figured out what wasn't working, threw that out, and redid the whole idea of what we were going to do moving forward. And I wasn't afraid to do that. I might have been in my 20s, and I was talking to people in their 50s and 60s, like I am now, and I didn't care. It didn't matter to me one way or the other. And that's how I approach everything I do here at the legislature. I don't care if there's a long track history of, well, we've always done it this way. I hate that. Well, we've always done it that way. I don't care. I really don't care. And so here's the thing. So my brother, Representative Daniels, I was just over talking to him really quickly because he did a little history from 2005 to see how many of these transfers were allowed. And, you know, now we're up to 11 transfers. And back then it was only 4. And I kind of knew that that was going to be the history, because as we continue to add more and more and more and more grant programs and appropriations in higher education, that transfer language just continues to grow. Now, I don't know what it was back in the 90s. Maybe it was 2 things, I don't know. Probably, you know, could be the state grant program, and maybe the next one, the reciprocity or something. But we have grown this without any scrutiny of it since the 90s to grow to 11 different appropriations and nearly $500 million of appropriations. And at some point, you just have to stop and say, is this the right thing to do? Now, I didn't even talk about, again, the framework of where we are today. We have been under emergency powers for 15 months, and this governor continues through his commissioners and his agencies to try to gain more power and gain more authority and gain more acquisition of funds that he can appropriate out. You know, one of the things that we find incredibly important on this side of the aisle is that we, the legislature, appropriate money. Shocking, right? I mean, that's literally what our job is, write law and appropriate money. And yet we have billions of dollars sitting in a fund from the federal government that the governor would love to appropriate. Well, one of the reasons why we're standing here up for Minnesota day after day is to make sure that we, the legislature, appropriate that money. We want to appropriate that money, and we want to make sure that when we appropriate this money in the higher ed bill, the $500 million out of $3.5 billion, that it goes where we've told it to go, and the commissioner doesn't just shift it around. I think we've had enough of all of that. Members, I ask for a green vote. I ask you to evaluate this with fresh eyes and a new perspective, just like I did for decades in every single job I have ever had. Look at it through a fresh lens. And there is no fresher lens than coming out of a global pandemic and still being under emergency powers. You have to look at all of this statute and all of these bills and all of these ideas for what we've done in the past and what we need to do in the future through that lens. So members, please join me today in voting yes to add the A18 to the A2 amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those members who have not voted yet?
Egbaje. Egbaje. Bonner. Bonner. Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss, aye. Drazkowski.
Truskowski, aye.
Drazkowski, aye. Franzen.
Franson, aye.
Franzen, aye. Frederick.
Frederick, no.
Frederick, no. Garofalo.
Garoppolo, aye.
Garofalo, aye. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Greenman. Greenman. Hamilton. Hamilton. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Her.
Badger, aye. Badger, no.
Her.
Her, no.
Her, no. Hollins.
Collins, no.
Hollins, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Katiza Wattoon. Katiza Wattoon. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. Markwart.
Markwart, no.
Markwart, no. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. McDonald.
Donald, yes.
McDonald, aye. Moeller.
Aye.
Moeller, no.
Moeller, no. Mortensen.
Mortensen, aye.
Mortensen, aye. Munson. Munson. Olson L.
Olson, L, no.
Olson L, no. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Robbins.
Robbins, aye.
Robbins, aye.
Robbins,
Schultz.
aye.
Schultz. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Tice.
Tice, aye.
Tice, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Joachim.
Joachim, no.
Joachim, no.
Greenman, no.
Hamilton, aye.
Please call Agbaje.
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes no.
Agbaje, no.
Katiza Watun, no.
Can you please repeat for Katiza Watun, Representative Katiza Watun?
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no.
Representative Greenman?
Bonner, no.
Aye.
Bonner, no.
Branson, yes.
She's already on.
Greenman, no.
Representative Greenman.
Greenman, no.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye.
Have all members voted that wish to vote? The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the amendment. Representative Bernardy.
Thank you, members. I do ask for a yes vote.
Discussion. Representative Koznick.
Mr. Speaker, could the author of the amendment explain what the amendment does, please?
She will not.
Well, that's unfortunate, members. I'd like to remind members of, the purpose of the debate, and we're here on a Saturday. Most of us are here. Mason's Section 80, the purpose of the debate. The purpose of legislative bodies is to reach their best joint judgment on the question presented before them. To reach the joint judgment of the body, the exchange of thought, exchange being pertinent, the exchange of thought and the reasons for members is essential. So Chair Bernardy, I'm disappointed that you're not willing to reshare with the body what your amendment does. You have a gavel, you have a leadership position in this committee.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Winkler, to your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Koznick is engaging in personalities in debate. He is out of order.
Members, I'll remind the body one more time, please refrain from using personalities in debate and questioning the motives of other members. Representative Koznick.
Representative Winkler, I'm sorry you're a little sensitive today, but I'm discussing the purpose of debate that we're here. Republicans are here. Take a look at majority of our members are here sitting on the floor. We've been here for 2 days trying to debate the bills. I know you don't like it, but the process throughout the session was horrible. We didn't have a lot of time to ask questions at the end of committee hearings. I'm simply rising to ask the chair, a leader of the committee, a leader of your caucus, to explain what the amendment does. We've asked for questions to clarify, and Democrats aren't answering. You're refusing to explain your bills. Are you afraid of them? Well, then stand up and call me out of order. But I'm telling you, we're here to debate and do the work of the people that elected us expect us to do. And so it's shameful that simply can't answer a question about your amendment. And actually, Representative Bernardy, we've been on transportation probably, I think, for the last 7 years together, right? I've enjoyed working on this committee and learning on higher ed, and I'm probably likely to support a lot of your bill. Simple question, what does the amendment do? And so I will ask you again, Mr. Speaker, will the chair, Bernardy, yield?
She will not yield. Representative Koznick.
That was a pretty quick answer, Mr. Speaker. Did you actually ask her? I would ask if you ask Chair Bernardy, she's standing, I think she might yield if you actually let her answer the question. Would Chair Bernardy yield?
Chair Bernardy, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
She will yield. Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Bernardy, if you could just explain the amendment for me, please.
Representative Bernardy.
Representative Koznick, I'm sorry you didn't hear it the first time. I will reshare it with you. This amendment was brought to both the House and the Senate by nonpartisan staff. It is a minor technical change to fix an incorrect reference, Article 1, Section 39. This language has already been adopted in the Senate file at their finance hearing. Members, I encourage a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. No roll call being requested. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Aye.
No. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I move that House File 7 be laid on the table.
Representative Winkler moves that House File 7 be laid on the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion prevails.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Winkler.
I move that House File 13 be taken from the table.
Oops. Representative Winkler moves that House File 13 be taken from the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 13, an act relating to state government appropriating money for outdoor heritage, clean water parks, trails, and arts and cultural heritage funds.
There are amendments at the desk. If there is no objection, we will let the author explain the bill before we get to amendments. I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. With great excitement, this afternoon, I'm going to present the legacy bill that came out of conference committee. Senator Rude and I and our conference members dueled it out. We had about 17 offers back and forth. Just so you know, we didn't go to this tribunal thing you're talking about. So you can save that one. Anyways, but it was not a conference committee. But we did act as though we were one, and we worked together. And there were some wins and losses in the legacy for the House position, but it was a very solid bill. Just to kind of refresh your memory, I'm going to go into positiveness for a few minutes here. Some of my friends on the aisle challenged me to see if I could actually talk for a few minutes on something, but I know we've heard a lot from you, but I want to talk about the legacy bill. It's actually a really exciting place that happens in the legislature. In 2008, the voters of Minnesota passed a constitutional amendment to tax themselves, and this money goes to many great things in Minnesota. It ends up, just so you know what we're talking about here, it's about $650 million that are going into this, and then there's also some spending that happens in the second year of the biennium as well. But this goes to really improve Minnesota and our outdoor heritage, parts of the state, clean water, cleaning up the lakes and rivers to make them more and more swimmable in Minnesota. Exactly. And so many of you can catch the big fish, even Representative Nash, if he could finally catch one. That's what Ron Shera said. Anyways, and there's a lot of money that goes to parks and trails around the state of Minnesota, and there's also money that goes into arts and cultural area. So to begin with, I'm going to kind of go through the bill. Again, it's just some amazing work. Just so you know, it's really a solid bill. And this stuff that is happening in this committee makes us the envy of many of the entire country that we're able to make these investments. You can imagine that a lot of these would be left on the sidelines if we had tight budgets in our state. Or even now in surplus a little bit. You'd imagine some of these things we wouldn't be able to fund, but they're very vital for our quality of life in Minnesota and really help to improve and make our state great. So I just hope you indulge me to be in a positive space, and then you guys can kick the can when I'm done. But kind of starting off in the Lessard-Sams area, it's pretty much the proposal that came back, and then we passed off the floor. But just so you know, there was a huge binder that these Lessard-Sams folks go through, and that's Representative Becker-Finn represents us on there, and Representative Josh Heitzman are on there now. But this bill is actually a little bit of the work of his predecessor, Representative Fabian, but it passed 12-0 by this council. So just to kind of get an idea, it might be a clue for you math people. I've heard a little bit of math the last couple days, that it's not that controversial. So, and that's 1/3 of the funds are going to these projects. And these are great investments all over Minnesota from one end to the other. And they're super popular. And if you look at it, I really challenge you to take a look in there, and there's some amazing projects all over the state, and they're doing really top-notch work. And when I talk through this whole bill, please know this stuff is going on in every one of your districts, all over the state. So they really make an effort. I see that you had some amendments. I'm just going to kind of talk to them now because it might be a good time. There's none of this is being forced on people. They're not forcing the sale on this. They're going through the counties. There's permission. They're working through folks and doing these purchases. So these are done and thoughtful, and they're being strategic. First few years, you might hear a question later about how much land, and it'd be quite a bit of land that we've been buying through the years. But we've heard some from your side of the aisle, some of the concerns about the land buying, and what's happening now is it's much more focused, and they're actually moving to other parts of the state in the Lessard-Sams area and the other purchases that are done with Legacy. So it's gone from about 9,000 acres, and this bill is the smallest it's ever been. So it's about 6,000 acres are being purchased. And there's all sorts of good things that are being done in there with burning land and tons of restoration. Almost like 70% is actually restoration of properties that are being done around the state. And just keep in mind too, this is really done by a lot of the local folks. These are a local contractor that might come out and do the getting a bobcat and move that around. We've heard some of the jobs that you guys have had, and we've all had different jobs too, but we've heard about these jobs, and so they're hiring local contractors a lot to do a trout stream or to restore a prairie or to so there's a bit of a jobs component to this, which I think is pretty exciting. So there's, again, 80% of this is going towards restoration and enhancement. And so there's some really good work that's being done in this Lessard-Sams area. There's these smaller grants. I mean, I don't see Representative Garofalo, but there's some amazing projects right here in the metro. They get these small grants. Hats off to the Representative Fabian and Becker Finn for including these, the smaller grants. But I mean, there's trout right here within like 5 miles of here on the Vermilion and Farmington and Lakeville. Representative Kosnick was holding up a bottle of water earlier, but maybe we should hold up a trout. I mean, there's a huge brown trout right there, right? I mean, right. You know, people literally fly in from other parts of the country to fish on these, and this is done with legacy money, and you all should be proud of that. And this stuff is going on all over the state, so I just focused on that one. But now kind of moving on to the clean water part of the bill. It's there's a Clean Water Council. Some of you might not know that, and they make recommendations. And then we did some tweaks, and quite honestly, we had some losses of the House position there, but we had some victories. They're going to do some testing on for chronic wasting disease, for example, on the waters of Minnesota, just to kind of get an idea of what's going on. I mean, how neat is that? But so the ultimate goal for the whole funds is to make our water more drinkable and fishable all over Minnesota, and they're doing that, and they're living up to that, and they're also, which I think is really neat. These projects are all over, and they work with, I just saw this great article, and you know, you talk a lot of farming. We've been talking about farming the other day, and the Department of Ag is working with farmers. I mean, there's over 1,000 farmers in Minnesota. Think about that, 1,000 farmers in Minnesota that they're working with. And you talked about like Century Farms. I heard, you know, I listened to a lot of the speeches that you guys were doing. I don't know if you saw me sitting here, but I was, as much as I could. Is that a nice way to say it? But this article is great because it talks about, and I challenge you to look at it. Maybe I'll try to figure out how to send it out. I'm not as techie as Representative Lucero, but there's some amazing things that's going on with these farmers, and money is being used with Bowser and the Department of Ag, and they're working with farmers to do better cleaner practices. And I mean, what's wrong with that? I mean, it's super exciting, and they're working with them. And you know, the funny thing about this article is they're actually making more money. They're actually being more productive. How about that? So this is it's pretty neat. You know, you talk about these Century Farms, and one thing that I kind of reminds me of, like, I grew up in the metro here, and we had really good hockey teams, and like in the 70s in my high school, and a lot of the guys, to be honest, you know what the guys did? We produced a bunch of girls. So what do? We got excited about dancing and hockey and fast-pitch softball, and it's super awesome. But, you changed because you raise daughters and you want them to thrive and succeed. Well, you know what's going on in agriculture? Women are taking over these Century Farms you're talking about. And women care about the environment a little bit more than us men. I'm sorry, but that's the facts bear it out. And they're starting to invest and care and do different types of practices. So I suppose, is that like reverse sexism? I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for that. So, but it's pretty neat. I mean, 1,000 farmers in Minnesota being done, with this money. And there's also some other kind of neat things in there, like Forever Green became part of the, it was actually new House position last time. Representative Claiborne, hats off to you. And then it became part of the Clean Water Council Recs. So, it's kind of embraced. We didn't get as robust as money as the House position, but it's a very solid position. And what that's doing is, I've listened to you the last couple of days with the changing world, and maybe it's more water pressure. I mean, it's going to keep the soil on the land and maybe protect some of that. And how neat is that for Minnesota? I mean, because believe me, the water we have is going to become even more and more and more important. So that's pretty neat. There's in there tucked in is kind of a neat program. Representative Bose on our committee. I don't see him today, but and then Representative Keeler over there. the River Watch program, we were able to kind of sneak that in there. It's super neat, and it's kids, getting kids involved, and that's in your clean water fund. So, I mean, it's just, there's all sorts of these things. I could go on, I could actually talk for a while, I guess, now that I'm thinking about it. But it's pretty neat, it's pretty neat stuff. And how neat is that up there up in northern Minnesota? So they were doing such a great job. Representative Bowe actually hooked up with her and said, hey, I kind of want to do that in Carver County or whatever. I think it's Carver County. And so then they're going to start it up in the West Metro, and that's pretty neat. And so they worked together and bounced off ideas, and there we are. And the Senate accepted that and grew it. So I'm pretty excited about that, to have that in our bill. The funding. Sorry, my watch is doing something silly here. I think it was telling me to have Lucero stop talking. No, sorry. Oh, you want me to wear your suit? So, anyways, like I said, these funds have been growing, and they're super popular, and the uses of them. Just so you know, we've been really lucky in this fund in particular, and as a state, quite honestly. I mean, look what's going on with the budgets, but people have been home. I mean, that's the upside of COVID. Representative Lewick talks about how bad it is because we can't be in person. I agree with him like that. I miss you all. It's super neat to be here with you, suffering or whatever, but it's good to be together. And we miss the public, as much as, in this process and too, but people have been home spending money. They've been buying stuff. So there's, these funds have been growing, and another impact is going on to the parks and trails. I mean, think about it. Our parks and trails, much of this fund goes to that area, and the use has just been through the roof. The Greater Minnesota, is just doing a great job with their effort out there and linking different cities. And we were just talking over there, Representative Listergaard wants to bring something, from one area to another. And I was talking to the Mr. Hicks in the back there from Hastings, and he wants to pull something to, I can't see your name, Representative Haley's to Red Wing. And, to grow the trail. Am I micing out here? So, there's the Greater Minnesota folks are doing a great job, and they all presented, all three areas of the fund in the Parks and Trails area presented together, which was super neat. The Greater Minnesota folks and the DNR and then the Metro. In the Metro, it's just amazing. The Minneapolis, of course, has the creme de creme system, but the Metro alone, there's just over 60 million users are using these things. And with COVID, they had to shut down streets. And think about that, to have people kind of safely spaced. I was over at Afton on last spring, or not, last fall rather. And it was so busy, I couldn't even believe it. There was just people all over, and you're trying to, be a little bit of a germaphobe a little bit, and you're trying to give space, but it was virtually impossible because people were just going up and down. But they're super popular, these parks and trails in Minnesota. And so there's really good work. And it was really neat to see how they were working together. Just so you can be proud of yourself in the state of Minnesota, sometimes we kick agencies. I kind of heard the DNR kind of getting kicked in the shin, and I'm sure in the Metro we have a little different experience with them, and than some of our Greater Minnesota friends. But they started this ICANN program, and that's done with legacy money. And I didn't start it; that was with previous chairs. And a lot of this bill is carried over from previous chairs, their effort. It's pretty much, that's what I'm curious what you're going to kick, because a lot of it's the same bill that Representative Erdahl, when he was chair, he had, and Representative Murphy, that, when she started this thing, how neat is it that for Minnesota? And I don't know if you remember Bobby Gunther, when he was sitting back there, and we had the Green Giant on the floor, and we even got Drazkowski to vote for this darn thing. You remember that day? I know you do. And anyways, so there's really not that different of a bill, but there's so many good things in it. But the ICANN program, how neat is that? So you get people out that haven't been, they maybe don't know how to camp. They might not know how to fish, or they might not know some of these things. So you get out and, someone coaches you through it. It's been all over the news. I don't know if you guys watch the news? But there's some great things about people getting out and using these, all areas of these funds. So it's pretty neat. And the ICANN program. And one thing I think is really neat is they're kind of focusing and bringing a lot of our new neighbors to Minnesota. We're so blessed with our diversity and, the changing Minnesota, face of Minnesota. And they may not know, like I'm lucky enough to live on a lake. They may not have had a cabin, or, we hear, maybe they don't have 15 boats like Representative Hurtas. 16? 13. But how neat is it to get these folks out? And I just love it. Especially if you drive around and you take a look and see all these people, that's what we want. We want people out there recreating and doing all this. And this is what Minnesota's about. And, it may be kayaking. I mean, it's really affordable stuff. And if they can do this and then get them, even winter camping. Can you imagine not being able to do stuff in the winter in Minnesota? It must be just pure torture not to live here and not be able to do that. So moving on, I just want to, before I move on, I want to give credit to the three agencies, the Metro folks and the Greater Minnesota and the DNR for working together and kind of having peace in the valley. That was kind of controversial at some point, and it wasn't during my last biennium or this, so I'm actually quite pleased about that. Kind of moving on to the arts and cultural heritage area, 19% of the money goes to this work. And it's super exciting. I don't know if you know, our arts community, primarily a lot of the money almost half goes to the arts community. And our arts community has just been decimated. They can't, they haven't been able to perform and say they want to start up performance now that COVID's kind of getting in our rear mirror. We can start moving forward. It's not like you just start up a play tomorrow at the Guthrie or in the Fairmont Theater or something. It takes a few days or months even to book acts and to get them ready. And so our arts community has been decimated. But just so you know, thousands of grants go out from this every year. There's over 1,200, think about this, 1,200 arts organizations in Minnesota. And so the Arts Board decides to send them out regionally. And so, different programming is done all over the state. So there might be some programming that's done in Minneapolis. You're going to see something totally different at the Litchfield Opera House or something. And, so it's super neat how they kind of target the regions, and the regions decide where this funds are going to go out. And so thousands of grants. I really challenge all of you to look around. You'd be shocked. You'll see this money in signs. Take a look at the little legacy sign. It shows up on everything all over the state. So, but there's some amazing work. And I'm actually excited as a house what we're able to do in the cultural area. And we really had exciting efforts. We were so blessed to, have a pretty strong committee. And, I just kind of start off with Representative Zhang and Representative Hassan. And they kind of let us, if you watched our meetings, we had a lot of focus on diversity and inclusion. And we were able to grow the fund that's kind of to new folks that are in the arts area. With the Senate's help, they embraced this in the end. And thank you, Senator Rude, for helping us out in that area. But we're up to about $5 million. Plus there's another $4 million that's spent on Native American, whether that be preserving graves or Native American language around the state of Minnesota. So there's some amazing work that's done in this. And so this money's going to go to the humanities, and they're going to kind of decide, who gets some. And we heard some great testimony, some amazing Representative Zhang and and Representative Hassan and others, brought in some great different groups that are just doing some amazing things from all over the state on getting new folks interested in art and dance, and it's really neat and vibrant and exciting to hear everybody's stories, and we're going to be able to grow that, and we were. There's money in there for county fairs. I don't know if you remember, Representative Murphy had her, a couple of years ago. She was telling about her first kiss, I think, at the county fair. But there's county fairs all. Well, it's true. Did she? So there's county fairs all over, and it's not a lot of money, $800,000. But I mean, it is. But it's there's 90-some fairs all over the state, and what a neat thing that they're doing. And bringing arts and different things, to each. Again, it's local fairs, wilderness inquiries, getting kids in canoes and different things, science museum, Ampers and public radio and public TV are doing some great programming, and hats off to them because they kind of help tell the stories. We might send out an arts grant, and then they'll do they'll show a dancer or maybe film the Hmong Festival or something, the New Year, and then have a piece on that on public radio or TV, and so it's pretty neat. But there's, in the Historical Society, I don't know if any of you, I would imagine Mille Lacs has a Historical Society up there, so these grants go all over the state, into every one of your districts and beyond. So, it's pretty neat. We made a couple changes from the Senate. You kind of talk about what came in the dark of the night or whatever didn't get hearing. So I'm just going to tell you what came in from the Senate that we didn't have. And so you can talk about that more later if you want, but I just kind of tee them off so you can say how horrible they are. But one of them's, they're not horrible. They're disabled rest home camp. I want to hear you guys go after that one. Up in Big Marine, Representative Nelson, I think that's pretty close to your home up there. And I'm going to give you credit for it because you're on my committee. So, and it helps up there. TAPS, there's some mental health for disabled people. Grants are going to go out. Keep in mind, and here's veteran memorial money that can go towards local metro memorials. My community uses this, and now it's up and running. And every Memorial Day, 4th of July, they have and I hope your community, if you're considering doing a memorial, that you add. It's not a huge number, but it's goes towards this. Representative Quam's probably going to want to get up and talk about this because we added money for Casson, how do you say it? I don't know, but Casson. But WPA restoration, I know Senator Sengen loved it, so I'm sure you do too. And it goes to helping out there and doing some good work. There's really neat things. I'm sure, like I talk again about the news, and I'm sure you guys will, like I said, watch it. But a lot of folks have been, no, I'm fine. A lot of, I'm a coward. I'll admit it. Thank you, though. I'll go with the red face. No. But, if you watch the news, a lot of our neighbors have been struggling with not being able to swim. There's actually money in here for swimming lessons. And how neat is that we're able to help people learn how to swim. In Minnesota, we have a lot of lakes, as you all know, and if people don't know how to swim, and it's just super sad that they're, that they don't know how to swim. So we included money in there, and we built on it from last session. And Representative Wozlik, thank you for your work on that. And it's just really neat to see how the Senate embraced that, and it's going to help our neighbors learn how to swim and maybe be safer. So it's kind of neat. We're actually even saving lives. My vice chair, she's got this really neat thing in here. Please take a look at it, Appetite for Change, Representative Jordan. It's helping people, to break bread together. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the retiring room. I mean, don't we do much better when we're all back there and when we get back there and we can socialize and, we can come out here and duke it out or whatever we do, and then we go back there and we can talk. And I think that's a lot healthier, and that's what this is. It's like a local food and it's a super neat program. So thank you for bringing that forward, and thank you for the committee for doing that. There's all sorts of stuff I could obviously keep going on and on and on and on. And I'm kind of getting the cut thing. I don't know the plan, but I'm really proud of the work that our committee was able to do as a committee. And then, just keep in mind that this bill is pretty similar fundamentally to what was done in the past. And it's a very solid bill that we can all be proud of in Minnesota. And, they're trying to be thoughtful about all of us are, about the work that we're doing, the efforts. I'm going to be in trouble if I don't mention something about libraries. I better throw that in. Representative Murphy, she's a redistricting chair, so you better be nice to her. But no, great work for all your libraries around Minnesota. And but this bill is solid. And I challenge you to really take a look at it. I know we're in this partisan time, and you want to, kick things a little bit. But think about, this really isn't like some of the other bills. This is cash that's sales tax money, and it's doing good work in stuff that everyone cares about. And it's, there's just some amazing work that we're able to do. And if you want to sit down and talk to me or my committee members and just hear, and hats off to that. Thank you for the staff that helped with this bill. We're so blessed with a strong nonpartisan staff. And I'm not going to name everybody's name. And my committee was super solid. I know Steve, Representative Green's going to get up and maybe have a couple of questions or comments, but I want to give him a lot of credit. He asks questions and he's thoughtful, and I respect that a lot. He made us better every day, and the rest of the GOP team. I kind of missed Representative Heitzman this time go around, but anyways, it's a solid bill. I'm sorry I've kind of gone on, but. I think we all should be proud of it, and I hope you consider voting for it. I know we're in a time that we might not be doing some of that, but it's beyond me. I mean, really take a look at it, and there's stuff going on in every one of your districts. I could just look around, and I'm sure if and it's just really, it's good work. So anyways, good luck. I hope that we have a good, robust time.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Representative Green.
Mr. Speaker, I would move to re-refer House File 13 back to the Legacy Committee and ask for a roll call.
Representative Green moves that House File 13 be re-referred to the Committee on Legacy and Finance. And request a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm gonna do something I don't do too often, and that's I'm gonna give some credit here, and I'll give credit to Chair Lillie, because Chair Lillie actually did a good job, as good as he could under the circumstances. However, under those same circumstances, we never had a chance to vet this bill, and a lot of the things, and especially in the conference committee, I did get a couple calls, but they were actually from the senator. And so what ended up happening was, even though they maybe didn't go to the tribunal, they actually had their own little group, and they went back and forth, and they came out and told us what was going to be in the bill. We found out later. And one of the other problems that we had on this bill is none of these projects were vetted. Now, in Legacy, that's generally the case. I mean, because we never really vet them, but at least if we're in the committee rooms and I've got the commissioners of the DNR and Bowser, and I can ask questions and I can ask about some of the projects in the bill, at least I can get some answers. And that didn't happen this year because we weren't in a committee room and we all had limited time. No matter what happened at the end of the hour and a half or whatever it was, we were done. and you can't go to someone's office afterwards and talk to them about the bill. And so if we can't send this back to committee, then we're going to have to do those things right here on the House floor, and we're going to have to vet these projects. Because one of the things here, and I'm really glad this bill came up today, because it was on the calendar for Thursday. So this little book right here that I'm holding up, if anyone's looking, this is the outdoor heritage portion of the bill. And this is only for 1 year, so this represents 1/2 of 1/3 of the, well, nearly $750 million that we spend in legacy every 2 years. And just the things in this part alone, I would question if anybody in here even knows what's in this. See, Chair Lillie's raising his hand. I can ask you a question if Mr. Chair, with the chairman of the committee, Chair Lillie, yield.
Chair Lillie, will you yield for a question? He will not yield. Representative Green.
Well, then he shouldn't have raised his hand. Okay.
I don't know everything in there.
Well, I'm gonna give you a little secret that I'm gonna circle back to, Chair Lillie. Nobody knows what's in here. All right? Nobody knows how this money gets spent. From the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund, through the Clean Water Fund, all the way through to the back of it for arts. And Chair Lillie did mention that 47% of this money goes out to the Arts Board, and that's true. And they take that money, there's no oversight on that whatsoever, because I've tried to get oversight on it. It was defeated, I couldn't get it through, and the arts community were in tears when they found out that they might have to be held accountable for the way they spend the money. And a little later on, I'll go through some of that list of the 1,200 things that they did with that money, Chair Lillie. And I'll see just how many people think that, and it won't be for this year's funding, because we're appropriating this money and we have no idea where it's going. None. It's going to go out to the arts communities, and they're going to decide how the money gets spent. What we have to do is we have to go back and look at previous spending, and then we can see what they spent it on. And then we can come back and complain about that, and then they can do what they've done in the past, which is to say, oh, we won't do that anymore. And then you say, well, then let's just pass a bill saying you can't do it anymore. And then in some cases, they were crying and saying, we can't do that. We can't be someone that tells somebody else what their art is. And I don't want to tell somebody else what they consider art, but I don't want to have the people of Minnesota pay for what they might not consider to be art. And that's the thing. And I got off on the arts, and I want to go back to the outdoor heritage portion of this. There's different things that the outdoor heritage is spent for. One is land acquisition. We'll address that just a little bit. Now the chairman of the committee went through and he told us all the wonderful things that are in this bill, the exciting things that are in the bill. Well, I don't know. There is a few bills, but I think for the most part on those bills, you can go in there and you can find some good things in those bills. But that doesn't mean that the whole bill is good. And so if you're gonna vote for all kinds of stuff just to get one or two little good things, that's not really a wonderful thing. And we're taking money out of the people's pocket. This is money that they have no choice. If they buy anything in Minnesota, they're going to pay this tax. And it's going to go into this. And in some cases, we talk about, when we get into this, you'll see how some of this arts money is spent and also some of the other money. And it'll be for things like somebody wants to buy extra lighting equipment for their house so they can take pictures and realize their dream. And you say that's a good thing, but if you're taking that money from someone who's working every day so that they can realize their dream, and you cheat them out of their dream so you can give it to somebody who didn't work for it, that's not wonderful. I don't even think that makes good. And I was going to ask Chair Lillie some questions to, you don't have to go back because I don't think you'll yield anyway. Because just to make my point, but I'll ask the question and then I'll answer it. And we go through this, and the projects in the Outdoor Heritage Fund are labeled things like PA01, and there's a spreadsheet, and then you can go in and, like in the bill, on page 2, the project labeled PA01 is nearly $2 million in the first year, the Commissioner of Natural Resources to acquire in fee, restore, enhance lands, wildlife management under the Minnesota statutes, and it goes on. So there's 325 acres just in this one portion of the bill, the one project. And it tells all the good stuff they're going to do, but when you go into the project and look at the work, it doesn't say where it is. It tells you what they want to do. It tells you if there's any leverage funding. In this case, question, does this program include leverage funding? The answer is yes. But then it says, in the other smaller print, the amount of the match has varied with each appropriation. And it's not guaranteed that they're going to have it. It's just been there before, so they're assuming they're going to have it, so there's leverage, and they're going to put this project together, and they're going to get $325,000, $2 million to buy 325 acres of land somewhere. We don't know where. Second project. And this one is, you'll see this filtered through the bill as well. And you're also going to hear all kinds of acronyms in these bills. WMA, SNA, USFWS, and then, of course, DNR, MPCA, Bowser, all these acronyms. Second project, it's on page 2, starts on page 2.26 of the bill. It's almost $5 million, and it's going to an NGO. And I think everybody in here knows what an NGO is, but if there's anybody who's foolish enough to be listening to us on a beautiful day, an NGO is a non-government organization. It is a private 501c3 nonprofit. In this case, the NGO is Pheasants Forever. And so they'll come in and they'll take taxpayer dollars and they'll buy land. And why they're there, I'm not sure, because if you look into the rest of the bill or the rest of this project, they're not going to keep the land. They're going to give it away. And if Chair Lillie would have been able to yield, and he says he knows the bill, I would have asked him, in this there's 792 acres, and at $5 million, does he know how much we're paying for that land? How much money we're giving Pheasants Forever? How much tax money we're giving Pheasants Forever, hard-earned tax dollars, to buy land that they're going to use the money for and then turn around and give the property to someone else. Property is eventually going to belong to the state. In this case, sometimes it's the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, but in this case, I guess it's the state. Counties are going to lose this property. People aren't going to be able to live there anymore. You may or may not get PILT on it. Another acronym, PILT, payment in lieu of taxes. Tax dollars going to pay tax dollars because they've taken property off the tax rolls. Sounds like a good deal. If I was in the private sector and I took someone's money, someone's tax money to pay my tax bill, I'd be arrested. not the government. Government, we can do that. It's not a big deal for them. Oh, and by the way, did you know that the state of Minnesota is a farmer? Did you know that? At last count, there was over 30,000 acres of state of Minnesota farms. And this property will also be farmed. Now, whether they go in with their tractors, I don't think they do that, but it'll be rented out or it'll be planted by someone. And it will be planted with GMOs, because that's the best seed you can get. It's going to have chemicals on it, because without it, the weeds will grow and the crops won't. But that's not, you don't see that in the bill. And that's why everybody should own one of these books. They're tedious to get through. I'll tell you they are. And you got to care. But the people in my district didn't elect me to say, hey, just go down there, give all these agencies and these entities and these nonprofits and these private organizations, just give them the money. Talk about some wonderful things and how great it is, and then don't tell me anything about it. Third project. Third page. PA03. Almost $3 million. This one's pretty special because it doesn't really tell you how many acres it is. There's not going to be PILT. It's going to go to Nature Conservancy eventually. And this one is really great because they're going to get this property, and one of the things that people also don't know if you're in the metro area, but we know it very well in rural Minnesota, is out of the nearly 1/3 of the land mass and lakes in Minnesota, or should say out of all the land mass and lakes in Minnesota, some form of government or nonprofit owns almost 1/3 of it. In fact, I use those numbers. I've never been questioned on them, so I wonder if it isn't even more, because I haven't even gotten a report on how much they own since 2016. And we'll get into that later as well. But Chair Lillie also talked about how most of the land now is down south. This project, however, even though it doesn't tell you specifically where it's going to be, it is going to be grazed. There'll be haying allowed. That's probably a good thing, especially with the dry weather. But there is a list of counties in here when I get to it. See if I can recognize any of these counties. Well, I recognize my county, Monoman County. Last I checked, Monoman County wasn't down south. Let's see what else we got here. I see Representative Marquardt's district's in here. That's Norman County. That's right beside me. I'm pretty sure that's not a southern county. And there's other ones here, but I just mentioned this one here. Anybody familiar with a southern county named Roseau? Does anybody know that where Roseau County is? I see Representative Burkle's not on the floor. I think Representative Burkle's from Roseau County, isn't he? If he was on the floor, I would probably ask him, if he jumped over his northern border, where would he be? Well, for those of you who don't know, he'd be in Canada, so I don't think that's southern. Number 4. I'm losing my voice. I better get some water here pretty soon. Guess what? This is called the Northern Tallgrass Prairie Regional Wildlife Refuge. Over $3 million to buy land. southern land, I guess, in the northern tallgrass prairie national region. But the words are nice. If you cut the state of Minnesota in half, top and bottom, the top half is half gone when it comes to private property. Half gone. It's not a joke. And we're not even vetting them. I mean, I'm not going to ask anybody to yield, but is anybody so far even familiar with the first four? Anybody? I don't see one hand. And we're going to pass a bill that's wonderful, exciting. You don't even know what the hell's in it. You know, I may go through the rest of this, but I got to go off on a side part here. Some of the other stuff that's going on, we talked about it a little bit earlier, is these lands that are being purchased. They'll say willing buyer, willing seller. I've heard that 100 times. Tired of hearing that. A lot of this land is property tax forfeited. It's because the taxes are so high in some of our counties, people are being driven off their land. Now that goes into state, and now the property taxes have to go up again because we've just lost more. We give this money to, when we get into some of the clean water stuff, I mean, if there was anything in this bill that I would agree with, it would probably be some of the clean water stuff, but certainly not all of it, because not all of it's clean water. It's just not. The money that goes to Bowser, some of it ends up in our watershed districts. I was just on the phone with a farmer last week. In fact, there were 7 of them. There's a swamp. They call it wetlands anymore, but we used to call them swamps. That's what they are. And somewhere along the line, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and some of the other agencies have gotten together with the watershed districts, and they've said, we're making this water habitat now. You can't do anything with it. So before, when we used to hold back floodwater, these swamps would fill up, and they would hold the water, and then they would drain them down after the water goes down. Well, they don't let you do that anymore. Now they want to make you block that off. In this case, flood back maybe another 12,000 acres, because the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the watershed district won't allow the culverts to be cleaned to let the water drain. What they want to do instead is they want to take your tax dollars and use eminent domain to take this property, because the farmers don't want to sell it. It's their livelihood. It's their home. They want to dig a trench through there, call it a public ditch. So you're going to take that, give a little bit of money for eminent domain, then they're going to put a 50-foot buffer on each side. Then they're going to tell them that they can't spray the fields within 180 feet of that. It's not exactly wonderful. Not exactly wonderful, guys. So we're talking about somebody's dream. We're sure crushing a lot of them. Page 4, PA05. This one, I actually needed an explanation on this one. Because even in this, and I won't go through it because it would be really tedious. Whoever put this book together said that they needed some things explained in here. Yeah, me too. Me too, because this one spends $2.6 million. Protect and fee, restore and enhance. That's what they're going to do. They don't tell you what they're going to do or where they're going to do it, but they're just going to give you $2.6 million to restore and enhance somewhere. And Chair Lillie was right about one thing. The land purchases went down a little bit. Generally, we get another 12,000 acres we purchase in here. This one's a little over 6,000. But the easements are 13,000 acres. And for those of you who don't know what an easement is, what they'll do is they'll go offer somebody some money. And really, easements are supposed to be cheaper, but in some cases in here, I think we're paying up to $4,000 an acre for easements, I think, on one of these projects, if I remember right. And so you sell an easement to your property. You're pretty much selling all the rights to that property. You have a right to walk on it and maybe hunt on it, and you have a right to pay the taxes on it. And that's it. That's what you can do with it when you get to easement. And I've got people coming into my office, or at least I did, until I told them no, but they came in and said, we've got our property in easements, we got our last payments, but our taxes keep going up and we can't use the land, so we want you to pass a bill to lower our property taxes on eased land. And I said, no, not going to do that. Why would you sell the rights to your land to the state forever when you're not even going to live forever? And now you want me to come and try to fix it for you? What do you think is going to happen to this land when these people are gone or decide not to pay the taxes? It's going to end up in the state. That third of the property keeps going up, doesn't it? Just keeps right on going up. RIM. A lot of people like RIM. I think RIM is a cover. Reinvested Minnesota. What do? Well, whatever some agency says they want to do, here's some money. Need some money, here it is. In this case, PFO 7, they're gonna help to enforce buffer laws. So if someone's paying taxes on their property and now we passed a bill that said they can't do much on it within 50 feet of a public waterway, which if you talk to farmers in my area, they'll tell you that's a joke. Some of these are old man-made ditches that they dug themselves, and now they're considered a public waterway, or even better, a trout stream. But they're paying the property taxes on it. Some have lost many acres, and acres are very valuable to our farmers these days. But we're going to give them some money, and we're going to give agencies money to go out and enforce these laws. What does that mean? Think about that a minute. I got folks scared to death of agencies. I got one gentleman in my district, came to me a couple years ago. He was 79 or 80 at the time. He had a feedlot, and he had to go get some permits through the MPCA to make some changes in his feedlot. He fought him for a long time, and I think it was like 2 or 3 years. I'm not going to swear to that. And they finally came to him and said, we'll give you the permits to do the changes to your feedlot if you'll agree to go out of business in 5 years. Is that the kind of government that you think that we should have? No. Really? But we'll fund them. Heck, it's wonderful things in here. Exciting things in here. There's deception in here. That's what there's in here. There's deception in here. There's Pheasants Forever buying land that they're going to give back to the state, and they're supposed to only pay a certain percentage over what assessed value is. But the more I learn that the agencies have the ability to kind of change that assessment. I tried to pass a bill a few years ago to require them to only pay appraised value, property tax appraised value. You should have heard the squealing from the agencies. We can't do that. We might not get to buy the land. Somebody will outbid us. Well, yeah. Talked to the farmer in Representative Anderson's area. He called me because he knows I serve on this. This is a couple years ago. He's a young farmer. We're always trying to help out the young farmers, right? He'd been renting the neighbor's land for a few years. He wanted to buy it. Came up for sale. Guess what happened? The state came in and offered more money than he could afford to pay. and he lost it. We helped him out, didn't we? We realized his dream. That why we're here? I have kind of a reputation around here that I don't really have at home. Around here, people think that I'm kind of a crab, and a lot of people don't want to talk to me because they're... Oh, be quiet. But I come down here, and these people that I'm talking about, they're my friends. Some of them are my family. And they don't know where to turn. How do you do that? How do you do that? It's like being the little guy going up against the giant. He's got everything. He's got the power of the courts. He's got the money. But we did do something, I guess, in the ag bill. We gave another $100,000 towards mental health. Yay. How about giving them some freedom to work their land without the heavy hand of government telling them what they can and can't do, or fining them every time they turn around? That's not our country. That's not what this is supposed to be. And the excuses that are used, the excuses are ridiculous, even from the agencies themselves. We need to do this because we need to protect. We need to protect this, protect that. We need to watch the chemicals. When I've got studies here from these agencies that don't reflect what they're telling you. I got studies that show that the chemicals in the water are getting better. In some cases, in fact, many cases, you'll see where we used to measure things in parts per million. They now measure in parts per billion. I got it written down here somewhere, but I'll bet you Representative Raleigh could help me out here. What is the breakdown of parts per billion? It's micrograms per what? Would Representative Raleigh yield for a question?
Representative Raleigh, will you yield for a question?
Yes, I will.
I'm trying to buy you some time, my friend. He will yield. Representative Green.
Representative Raleigh, do you know what the conversion is from parts per billion to micrograms per what is that?
Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a freshman, I know it's difficult to answer questions when called on by senior members such as yourself. I'm not afraid of your question. I don't know it.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Raleigh. And that's okay. That's okay because nobody else does either. But what's happened is because you'll see what used to be, let's say you need, if it's 10 parts per million, that ends up being 0.000 parts per billion. If you convert it to the smaller micrograms per liter, I think it is actually, micrograms per liter, then they can make that number look really big. And they put it in their chart and it's, oh man, that's three, whatever that is there. Well, that's nothing, all right? That's deception. I got a study here from, we talk about buffers a little bit and how we've got money in here to enforce the buffer law, to go after these wicked people that want to farm their land and make a living, support their school districts, raise their families. This study from the University of Manitoba talks about the buffers in the Northern Plains. And it says that in the Northern Plains where it freezes and you leave vegetation on the ground and the ground becomes frozen, nothing soaks in the spring, it all runs off. And a little later on, both in here and in ag, I'm going to talk about nitrogen runoff and some other things and where we're sitting on that and what it really means to us. But for now, I'll tell you that if there is a problem in the rivers and in the waterways and you've got all kinds of tall vegetation, that vegetation is rotting. I mean, the vegetation dies. That's what happens in the wintertime in Minnesota. If you don't know that, I mean, you should by now. And all this phosphorus and all these nitrates and whatever is in that When the ground is frozen and the snow melts, all that stuff runs right into the river. And in this study, it says you'd be better off without buffers. You're better off with some kind of tillage to stop that runoff and let that stuff sink into the ground where it belongs. Because it is natural. We'll talk about that later too. I got a long amendment we'll talk about on how nitrogen is not a chemical, it's a nutrient, and we need it even to live, all right? And it's everywhere. It's a big part of everything that you see. But we keep going here. More easements. The one thing that I will say that the one part about the legacy money that we could get behind is the restoration of the lands that we already own. That is a good thing. And the bang for the buck on that is something that you wouldn't believe. And I know that later on Representative Luke will talk about some of that as well. But you can, I'm going to give you some vague numbers here, and then we'll go into them later. But if you buy a chunk of land through the state and you pay your $6,000 to $7,000 an acre, and you outbid your farmer and you get it, that same $6,000 to $7,000 could enhance or restore way more than twice that much land that we already own. We already own it. 17% of the land mass right now in Minnesota is owned by the state of Minnesota. That's not counting federal lands, and it's not counting some of the nonprofits, certainly not counting the lakes. That's a lot of land, guys. And if you want to know how our agencies, our DNR especially, is managing this land, go out and take a look at it. We have a thistle problem that would make you cry, especially in this year when it's been dry. You can see thistles that are growing up like trees on state land. And we'll tell our farmers, get out there and take care of those thistles, especially if you got CRP, you got that stuff growing on your CRP, you better get taken care of or you're going to get some fines and you're going to be punished, you're going to be penalized. You go to the state land, and that's where all the seeds are coming from because they can't manage it, they don't have the money to manage it. In this bill, they're buying property that in these reports say they're going to have to come back to Legacy for more money because they don't have the money to manage this land. And they're not taking care of what they got. They're buying more. They're getting more in easements, and they're not taking care of that. And everybody else is suffering. But it's wonderful, isn't it? It's exciting. Yeah, PA10. This is one I hope you look up. So it looks to me like they're buying some property here, and it looks like it's going to cost over $11,000 an acre. And in the legacy, we have, there's something in there that was in there from the start. It's to supplement, not supplant. You're not supposed to use this money for anything that you were fixing up before with other money. However, PA110 to me looks like there's some projects that were being funded with LCCMR as far back as 2014. But guess what? $2.8 million of legacy money is going to them now. However, they covered themselves though. If I recall in here, it'll tell you that it asks the question, does this meet the supplement, not supplant? Oh yeah. Yeah, it does. Pay no attention to the guy behind the curtain. And I never thought it was going to be possible because generally I don't do this. I don't stand up and do this. I don't like speaking on the House floor. I really don't. I don't think that my constituents sent me here to showboat or to be theater. But we didn't vet this bill. We didn't, Chair Lillie. I'm sorry, I like you. I do. But people need to know what's in here. But I'm getting the hook. And I guess we're going to move to amendments, but I'm going to hit a lot of this stuff on the amendments because this is important. You can't keep spending money and trying to hide how you're spending it. You just can't. Because eventually something's going to break. Might be me. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw my motion to re-refer this to committee because I know it's going to fail anyway, and we can move to amendments.
Representative Green moves to remove his motion to re-refer. There are amendments at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Green moves to amend House File Number 13. The amendment is coded A1.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you give me just a minute, unless somebody wants to bring me a new amendment up here, mine is buried in my stuff because I didn't think I was going to get to it till much later. I will, Representative. Here you go. Okay. Thank you. Oh, here's my favorite one. I thought this was the other one. I just told you a little story about eminent domain, and it happens a lot. And if you talk to the agencies, they'll tell you, we don't use eminent domain. We don't use that at all. That's just something that it's there just in case we need it. Well, that's another acronym, I guess I could say, BULL ... Because even if they haven't used it much, they do use it, and they threaten people with it all the time. All the time. And watershed districts, what are a watershed district? Representative Heinzman talked about this a little bit yesterday, but a watershed district is something that was put together, in my opinion, originally as a go-between because nobody wanted to deal with the agencies anymore. So they put together these watershed districts, and they were appointed by county commissioners. They still are. But through the years, what happened is these watershed districts have gained power in such a way that is very, very dangerous to everybody, not just the people in rural Minnesota. It's a bad road to go down because the watershed districts now have the authority to levy taxes if they want. That needs to quit. But they also have the authority, even as they're not elected, most of the people don't even know who serves on them because they're appointed. And they have the authority to implement eminent domain if they feel a project is worthy of doing. Now, they don't have to take public input on it. They'll hold meetings, but anymore, our meetings have become a joke. Open meeting law, for most practical purposes, is gone. We're supposed to have a law where you have an open discussion with people when you go to these meetings, but what they've done now is they've put these meetings together in such a way where you actually have to call in first, see if you can get on the agenda, and then they'll give you a couple minutes to speak, and then they'll do what they want. DNR is the worst for this, because the DNR will actually, they don't hold an open meeting anymore. They started holding open houses. So an open meeting, you could sit in here and we could all have the discussion and people could raise their hand and say, I think this, I think that. Not anymore with the DNR. Somewhere along the line, this body maybe gave them authority to say, no, we'll have an open house and we'll set a table here and a table here and a table there. And you can come in and sit, but you can't speak. You go to the table and you ask your question to one person, so there's no public discourse. And that's what's happened with our watersheds now, too. You're not on the agenda, you don't get to speak. Well, I just told you the story, one story of a person who's risking losing part of his family farm, many thousands of acres in the scope of things, and they're going to flood back this land. They're going to dig a new ditch because they won't clean the culvert until after they dig the ditch to let the water run. That's what's going on in that one area. So what this says, it says no to watersheds. You're not elected. You're not. You don't need this kind of power. If you think that land is worthy, that you deal with the people that have it. And none of this stuff saying, you don't want to sell it, we don't care, we'll just take it with eminent domain. I've heard it a lot. So I'm going to ask people if they will at least support this amendment to put this in here. It's for protections for not just farmers, but for everybody that maybe one day might want to own a piece of property, may want to realize the American dream of owning their own land. And I was going to ask some questions, but I'm not really sure because there's so few people on the floor right now, and I haven't talked to anybody to ask them first. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like a roll call on this, though.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Green.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just open this up for discussion if anybody wants to, but I ask for support for this amendment.
Further discussion to the A1 amendment. Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Green. I know you've been around a couple of years, and I know you know how things work. Senator Rood and I worked together and put together a bill, and so this is an agreed-upon bill that we have. And so I would ask members to please vote against this. But beyond that, I just want to briefly just give it a couple seconds thought. You know, I don't know where. And I know you do your homework, and I do deeply respect that, and I mentioned that in my opening. But from my inquiries, outdoor heritage funds are not doing this, and the clean water funds are not doing this. Sometimes, you know, they might get in a situation, and maybe they say, maybe there's a possible threat of it, I guess, on the locals, but it's not the state necessarily that's doing it, it's the locals. This is local. This is your neighbors or their neighbors that are doing it. So I don't necessarily want to stir the pot, but it's not, it's going on. There was a situation I'm just going to briefly tell you about up in Roseau County, and what happened is they're trying to do some water protection. You know, we mentioned that's a northern county. Yes, I know that. But I'm sorry about that. I meant, if I did say, you know, nothing was spent up state, northern state, I didn't mean to say that. I meant that they're trying to move into more southern parts of the state. So that was what I was trying to say. And if I said it wrong, my apologies. But yes, there's clearly still investments that are happening all over. But anyways, the watershed, so they were trying to do this protection for the folks up there from the flooding, and they kind of ran into one seller that didn't want to participate, which, you know, I mean, I don't know if you were on a city council or some of that stuff's tricky. So I think they had that as a threat, but I don't believe it was used, and I'm not familiar, and you know, we're about halfway through the legacy. It's not been used yet. In that I'm aware of, and I reached out to the Mr. Johnson, the director of Lessard Sams, and I reached out to Mr. Gardner from the Clean Water Council. So that's my understanding of the situation, and not that it, I suppose, could happen if a local jurisdiction said what and what, but that's up to them locally, sir. So I'd ask you to vote against this amendment, please, members.
The representative from Clearwater, Representative Grossel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Talking about watersheds and the way that some of these things are being abused, I have a area in my district, right around the Leonard area. It's called Four-Legged Lake. It's a very, very nice little area. A lot of people own properties around the lakes, and it's man-made. And it was developed back in old crepes, well, I would have to say many years ago, even before I was born, where they drained an area, wetland, well, not a wetland, but swamp, and they tried to use it for farming back in the day when that was of importance. And they found out that they could not use it for farming because the ground was just too soft. So they turned it into a watershed. They let it go back to nature, and it became a very nice little lake. It supports many different migratory birds, ducks, geese, swans of many types. Well, the watershed district kept charging taxes on the property owners around the lakes. And, you know, they kept accumulating these taxes, and it has never been used. It has never been used for the purpose that it was supposed to be used for, to make sure that, you know, if we had flooding or high waters, that would be an area that would fill. And it's since, so crying out loud, about 100 years it has been since they had any kind of water level like that. And it completely is not being used for that purpose at all. So the residents decided to get out of that, to make it, to dissolve the watershed for that area. But the watershed district, it's the Red Lake Watershed District, told them that if you help us get this federal funding for a certain project of about $3 million, then we will allow you to dissolve this watershed district. But if you don't, we're going to drain the lake. We're going to drain the lakes because we think it is more suitable for teal. Just one migratory bird, one duck. When at this time, it supports many different migratory bird species. Goose, swans, mallards, teal, everything. And it's a shallow lakes, they're shallow lakes, but it looks a lot better driving by an area that has nice, vibrant life, many different birds being supported, instead of driving by a bunch of bulrushes that have been allowed to grow up and become a swamp. But what really chapped my backside was that this watershed district had the nerve to try to hold the residents, the landowners around these little lakes, tried to hold them for ransom and say, you help us get this $3.5 million of federal money, and then we'll allow you to dissolve this. So, they've become abusive, and I would almost say that's bordering on criminal. So to prohibit this, I would have to say, folks, vote in favor of this, because it's only a matter of time before, if you have a watershed district in your area, it'll only be a matter of time before this happens to some of your residents, some of your citizens. So I ask you to support Representative Green's amendment.
The representative from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just a couple of quick comments on the issue here. I would agree that the watersheds, we need to take a look at some of the things that they are allowed to do. The taxation thing without representation is a hot button topic, and we need to look at that and try to figure out some way to allay some of the fears that residents have that it truly is taxation without representation in some of these areas. I have to say, though, I have not heard, at least in my area, comments about against the eminent domain. It hasn't really come up in my area. The biggest thing that I hear up in my area of west central Minnesota is the extremely high cost of clean-out projects of ditches, for example. And the way our ditch law reads that there's assessments put out based on how much benefit you get from the clean-out of a particular project. And in a lot of cases, what has happened is we've got more drainage going into some of these ditch systems and more water going through at a faster pace. And some of the folks at the bottom of the system who are originally assessed a greater amount because they had the greatest benefit years ago are now in some cases being actually flooded out. So they're being assessed a high amount on some of these cleanouts and really not getting as much benefit as they should. So these are some things I think that not today, not the rest of this session, but next year, hopefully, we can look at some of these things, some of these issues. Drainage law goes back to the early 1900s. It's complicated, and when you put water on somebody else, you make somebody else not happy either. So it's a tough subject, but I agree we need to be looking at some of these things. And Representative Green, thank you for offering this amendment.
The representative from Anoka, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In looking through these amendments and looking through the bill itself, I want to thank Representative Lillie for exactly what you said. You weren't sure that this eminent domain was being utilized by these watershed districts. And I think that's one of the purposes in us taking a look at this amendment is to ensure that it doesn't happen. One of the things that I do hear, and I appreciate the representative saying that you've not heard it, in my district, we have heard about eminent domain issues. And what I want to do is reason with you, as we've been pointed out here, that reason is the life of law. Let's reason together on this one. If it's something that's not being used, then let's put it into the code, let's codify this to make sure that we're not going to do it. Taxation without representation is one of the foundations of the United States of America, and I fully support that. And I think as we reason through this, it is, to me, reasonable that we put into law certain guidelines and certain indications to these departments on what the will of the people, through us, their representatives, will be. Representative Lillie, I have heard from my people that they don't want eminent domain in any of the functions where not necessary. And I will fully acknowledge there are times that we need this particular type of a lever or a tool, but I don't necessarily know that it should be in the watershed district. And specifically, I'll look at this part of it. And it says, a watershed district may not use the power of eminent domain to acquire land for a water retention project funded with money appropriated under this section. I don't believe that it removes the ability for us to have this tool. I just think that in this particular case, with this particular approach, that this is something that is reasonable to codify and make sure that we are putting up guide rails and making sure that we're giving the will of the people to the commissioners that are going to be making these types of decisions. And I would ask members to support this amendment because I think it's reasonable and I think it really does invoke the will of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Aiken, Representative Lewick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Green, for this amendment. And thank you, Chair Lillie, for your hard work. I know you seem to show up here every year with this, don't you? You're a veteran of this. You know, I guess it's a lot of fun to probably not have to debate in great detail the source of these funds because that's kind of been taken out of our hands. But it sure gets interesting when we try to figure out exactly how the proper way is to spend them. And there is a little bit of flexibility there. But to go to Representative Green's amendment, I certainly, believe Representative Lillie's probably correct. He's by virtue of being the chair of the committee, he's a subject matter expert in this area that probably it hasn't happened yet. But from my experience at the local level on county board that occasionally had to deal with that for expansion of a road, variety of reasons. Here's the situation that I've noticed with the watershed districts in general. They're predominantly appointed individuals as opposed to elected. So the citizens have a different relationship with an appointed individual as opposed to an elected individual. They don't have much of a way to recall them or even get their attention if they go off the rails. And so this is really a common sense, very common sense thing to just put a reasonable person's guardrail out there so the next thing you know, we don't end up with a lengthy court case over, well, could they do it, couldn't they do it? Because believe me, that's likely, where that type of thing will wind up. And in the meantime, those legacy funds will be sitting there just, I don't know, they don't earn much interest if they're sitting in the bank. But the other thing is, and I've seen this time and time again, and it's happened over the years in the area that I represent. When you get into that type of an issue at the local level, sometimes it's a disagreement about on a lake or a smaller watershed, and not even talking about the watershed district. I'm talking about a lake association, just community members. you get into an argument about literally taking somebody's property, period, and doing something with it, that's not healthy for the community. So I think this is just simply a common sense guardrail that ought to be out there that says, hey, see this red flag? You don't get to go past this one, watershed district. That's fair. You know, I'm a firm believer in prevention as opposed to cleaning the mess up after the cows got out of the barn and they're running all over the neighborhood. And this is an opportunity to put something out there that likely at some point in the future is going to prevent, at a minimum, a very, very nasty local disagreement over whether this is right, wrong, can they do it. And of course, then it'll tie up the district courts because it'll flounder around, and a big thing, it could tie up these funds for a particular project all the way to the Supreme Court, because this gets to be on pretty shaky ground. The idea that, you know, where does this end, where government or quasi-government has that powerful sledgehammer of eminent domain. You know, our forefathers allowed for a little bit of that, but we really have to be careful there. So I would certainly urge everybody to support this amendment. Not going to cost us anything. Certainly, likely would prevent a train wreck down the road. Nobody wants to see trains derail. Gets really messy. You know, we know that, don't we, Chair Lillie? So again, just puts a little flag out there that says, "Hey, folks, you know." Say, hey, folks, let's make sure you understand. If you got a project here, one, don't count on being able to pull it off by using eminent domain, and if it wasn't well thought out, that's the problem that I see potentially here. Is if you get a project that might not be quite well thought out, not completely vetted, which I know you take a look at that big book. We got two of them in LCCMR that are that big. If it's not quite well thought out, people sometimes get a little desperate as they're about ready to push their project, and they'll try anything to make sure they're successful. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, we're all human and we all like to be successful. But let's not leave that little potential there for somebody to just cause a big uproar at the local level. And again, should that occur, the lawyers are going to laugh all the way to the bank. It'll tie up our district courts, because that's literally where the individual that felt that this eminent domain wasn't proper, that's literally his own primary recourse. So, but again, I won't get into any real detail on this, but I thank you, and I say I absolutely urge that we support this amendment. It's painless, it's easy. You know, and I know, you know, Chair Lillie's an excellent chair to work with, and so, I mean, this is an easy one there, Chair Lillie. Thank you.
The representative from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker and members, I do rise to support this. One of the things that we have a great challenge out in west central Minnesota is this concept of one watershed district. One of the concerns that we have is, as we're moving through to this one watershed district, is a concept is then Bowser and other agencies will get greater control. And when they have that greater control, it's no longer a local issue. It's what the state decides to do in St. Paul. And Bowser is a four-letter word out where I'm at with our watershed districts. The area that I represent, members, is a large geographic area, just like Representative Keel said earlier. today. She represents a large agriculture area. I do too. I literally start approximately 12 miles south of Moorhead. Wolverton, Minnesota is right on the border of Wilkin County and Clay County. And then, so I represent that watershed district, which actually is the Buffalo, which goes into Clay County, representing Marquardt's district, and a little bit in Otter Tail County there too. So then I represent the southern part of Wilkin County is actually Boise Sioux watershed district, and those members are always on cutting edge on trying to work with the local farmers. The DNR and Bowser is not always liking what they do because they really support the farmers instead of what St. Paul wants. But the Boise Sioux watershed districts goes south, starts in the southern part of Wilkin County, just a little south of Breckenridge and the most of Travers, and gets into a little bit of the northern part of Big Stone, because my twin brother, who serves as the chair of Big Stone County, goes to those watershed district meetings. And then we go into the southern part of Big Stone County. That's another watershed district. That's the upper Little Minnesota watershed district. Then we get into Stevens County and Grant County, and Grant has a bunch of them. But the reason I bring this up, and I have a county commissioner from Grant County, Commissioner LaValle, who has talked extensively of his concern of this one watershed district through the whole Minnesota. Because if you give that much power, then you give, and they can call eminent domain. What happens, and I've with Commissioner LaValle members, I've literally have left St. Paul and go literally across the state. Because when I leave St. Paul, I literally go across the state to get back to my district. Some of you have heard that where I live in Browns Valley, which is the hump, tip, elbow, nose of Minnesota. So one time we had this discussion about eminent domain, about watershed districts, the taxing authority of them. And I got well across the state of Minnesota. So that means I talked to Commissioner LaValle for over 2 hours on these type of topics. And right before I talked, I called one of the board members of the watershed district and asked them, of all the projects they've done, have they ever had to use eminent domain? Not as yet, but prior to being called upon, I was asking him, what his concerns are. And when you start to use money from the state, he does point out in past conversations, when you use money from the state, they kind of want to come in and say, it's our project and you have to do what we want you to do. And he goes, we've never had to use it locally because we work with the local landowners. We show the benefit of the project. Because really, out where I'm at, and why I'm supporting this is we really have a problem with drainage law. Representative Anderson talked about that, and we have a tremendous amount of just keeping things clean. I have authored several bills that just make really common sense. When you go out and you look at the cost-benefit analysis of a drainage ditch, of maintaining it, because ditches are really there for the simple reason of draining the water correctly and keeping water clean. Because what happens is if the water does not drain off the land correctly, it doesn't matter if it's a state-owned land, prairie, or if it's a farmland, if it sits there, what happens to the water? That's no different than any of you that may have a swimming pool or above ground pool or in ground pool in your backyard, or maybe your neighbor. what happens is if you don't move that water, that's why they have pumps. And what I'm trying to do, members, for those of you who are in the suburban areas or in the metro area, I'm just trying to relate to maybe something that you have more experience with, because not many members have 101 townships, miles and miles and miles of farmland. You know, my district from north to south goes 122 miles. Kitty Corner is 83 miles, and then east to west, where my district meets up to Pope County, Representative Anderson, is 67 miles across. So, but I know more people may have more reference to of above ground pool or in ground pool. And what happens is if water doesn't move, it gets stagnant. And so if we're not working with the landowners and we're coming in and just saying we have to do it our way or the highway, someone from an agency or someone who's trying to twist the arms, because that's what our landowners out here really sees that happens a lot with agencies. Instead of sitting down, it's got to be their way or their highway. We get stagnant water, and that's why I have authored so many bills over since I've been here, especially the last 7 years, on proper drainage maintenance. Because when the water just sits in the ditch, it gets stagnant. It grabs these nutrients, or the nutrients run there. It doesn't drain properly into the ditch, doesn't do what it was intended to do, the ditches, and gets blocked. And that is, you don't have clean water. And if we don't have clean water, and when it eventually gets into, because of high rainfalls, it finally gets over the barrier or over the tall grass or the backup dirt and silt and so forth, then that stuff washes into our lakes, down into Lake Traverse, which I'm very familiar with, extremely familiar with, because I've lived in this part of the area all my life, or Big Stone Lake, or some of the other lakes that we have in our neck of the woods, which we're really rich with our lakes. So just like a swimming pool, the water doesn't move, that water turns green. Nature has a proper way of keeping that water clean. And our farmers know that better than anybody else. Just like Representative Green said earlier today about the water running off correctly with the land. So I do rise to support this amendment, because the concept of one watershed district across the state, which we have adopted, which I never support and so forth, can have tremendous negative impact where we don't have that say, because in drainage ditch law, and that's what a lot of times watershed district works is with water. We have a saying out there, people won't fight over whiskey, but they will fight over water. When you can have only a certain percentage of the landowners, I think it's 26% of a new project, and I could be off a little bit, but it's a really low number, approve it. That means 26% of the folks will can control 74%, have say over the other 74% of the landowners. And this is huge. It caused tremendous litigation. We have a ditch in Traverse County that it's JD, can't think of the name on top of my head. It may come to me. That just had $1 million. It wasn't recently. It was actually at the beginning of when I became a rep. Over $1 million of litigation of that, and a lot of that, and that has to do with the cost benefit, like Representative Anderson talked about before. You have to look at what's the benefit to the landowners that are adjacent to the ditch, or to that, in essence, that watershed, because every ditch has a watershed, meaning the water drains into that ditch to keep, the land and
Mr. Speaker,
keep that water flowing.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not only disrespectful, it's really hard because I'd like to hear what Representative Backer has to say, and I can't hear him over the noise in the chamber. Can you ask folks to quiet down, please?
Members, please take your conversations to the alcoves or outside the chamber. Representative Backer, back to you.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that, Representative Green. I appreciate that you're there, and I do respect that, and thank you. And I've been down at the chambers for, this is my fourth term, just like several other members, and I have always been extremely respectful on both sides of the aisle. I'm not one that talks a whole lot, and so when I have something to say, I would respect other members to respect that. So thank you, Representative Green and others. Because out in our neck of the woods, this is extremely important. This is no different than eminent domain down in the suburban area and the metro area for traffic, for road. That is, have lived down in the metro area. Up to this year, in essence, us Greater Minnesota reps will be out down in that area. So we get to understand some of the concerns of the suburban members and the the metro members. I have, just like Representative Green, have spent 4, 5, sometimes 6 months down in the metro area, and other members too. But the folks in the suburban area, which I respect, and metro area of Minnesota have not spent that time in our neck of the woods. So we have to sometimes take that extra effort to share those things because it is a real concern and on that. But that's one of the reasons why I support this, is because us locals in Greater Minnesota understand the lay of the land and how drainage works. And if we're able to have this one watershed district and use state money to harm landowners, it's sad. I'll use another example. I'll use Big Stone County. This happened right when I became a rep. What happened was, this was a private ditch. This all happened with the buffer scenario. Buffer came out. This was the first big issue of me serving as a rep, when we had the governor at that time, Governor Dayton, with his party, wanted to do the 100-foot buffers, have a fine of $10,000, just really absurd. Knowing that farmers are the best steward of the land, they want to pass that down to the next generation. So to assume that farmers are the bad folks is horrible. But during that whole conversation with the buffers, I got to know Gary Hoagland, who's a landowner in Big Stone County of a private ditch area, and along with the 4 other landowners. This was a private ditch. Later on, we found from the Historical Society that was created in 1880. But 1880, folks, not 1980, but 1880, this was a private ditch that was dug out in 1880. So not even our grandfathers, not even our great-grandfather generation, way behind that. Just think about it, only a few years behind the Civil War era, only a few years. And what happened was in the 1980s, 100 years later, when they were the state started to define public waters, this property, this land, which is 4 landowners now, probably back then 16 or 20 landowners, because back then the farms were a lot smaller. You had sections. Now people own sections after section, just like we had Representative Olson yesterday talk about how expensive it is to be a farmer. Back then you could get started with a section. No longer you could get started with a section. And maybe later on Representative Olson wants to explain how many acres are in a section. I won't go down that. But Mr. Hoagland pointed out to me that this land in the 1980s got classified as public waters. And this is why I'm going down this route here, is because it shows the misuse of power that can happen. This is a clear example. I have talked to those landowners, and especially Mr. Hoagland, many times. I have moved forward bills to try to correct this ail, and I'll get to that shortly. But anyways, in regards with this property, what happened in the 1980s, which I did not know until that, a lot of this land was put in newspapers saying, hey, this is a public water. And we know how busy we all are. Farmers are just as busy. We've heard that about how many things they have to do each day just to keep things moving forward, just to earn a living, just to provide us food so we can have food. Shortly, in a few probably will recess shortly here after we vote on this amendment, I'm assuming, for the staff and everybody to have supper or some type of food. But this property got defined as public property, public waters, which it is not. And the reason it happened was in the 80s, they put this in the paper. They only put it in one paper. That would have been probably the Ortonville Independent. And then it get put in the Graceville paper or the Clinton paper, which should have been, because that's the small paper that serviced that area back in 1980. So it didn't get put in the Northern Star or even the Wheaton Gazette or some of that other papers. So people didn't see that. Long story short, what happened was when we did our buffer law in 2015, basically because it was done. Now that buffer law literally was done at night. It was not. I remember when Gary Hoagland and other folks talked to me, asking, we were going to the town hall. Senator Westrom and I, when we do a town hall, we actually do 7 or 6. We put on 240 miles in a day. We start from Elbow Lake. We drive over to Breckenridge, down to Wheaton or or Ortonville or Graceville. We come to Morris. We go to Starbuck. This is a huge, huge event. But one of the farmers asked me in 2015, I think we were in Starbuck, and I think this could have been with Representative Anderson, because when we get to Starbuck, Senator Tory, I, and Representative Anderson will actually do one, because some of that area in Pope County, half of Pope County is with Representative Anderson. I have a smaller part of Pope County. And I had one of the farmers ask me, where are we with buffer law? And I said, you know what? It got introduced in the House. This is in 2015. Got introduced in the House. Got introduced in the Senate, and it didn't get passed out of committee. And I said, so it's dead. And I remember this. Representative Anderson came to me after the meeting. He goes, nothing's dead down here. He said it in a very elegant way, because Representative Anderson handles himself extremely professionally, but nicely he said to me, nothing's dead around here until we gavel at the end. And he was 100% correct. It came out of the blue. The last weekend of session, buffer law got, and I didn't do any CPR on the buffer bill, by the way. A lot of you know that I'm a EMT, and I have done a number of CPR on a number of people, and we'll talk about that not here today. But the buffer bill came out of the blue, just came out of the blue that night, literally. Just got legs or got back, and I kind of want to know how that happened, because I could use some of those skills on real CPR scenarios, life and death situations. But that came up, and because of that agreement basically said anything that was recognized as public waters in 1980 is public waters, public ditch, a public ditch. I shouldn't be using public waters. I'm kind of getting loose in my language. I want to be more specific. It was a public waterway. So what happened was Gary contacted me along with these landowners and said, hey, it's a private. So we went through the whole DNR scenario, talked to Mr. Myers, talked to other assistant commissioners, even went to the Supreme Court on this scenario. And long story short, those landowners lost that case because after that case, we found Gary went to the Historical Society, and we found that was really a private ditch and not public waters. And then we had, what I understand from Mr. Hoagland and the landowners is the DNR said, hey, if you find something that really shows that it's not, we're willing to work with you. And to this point, we've not been able to work with them. And that's what scares me about not blocking eminent domain. I had this happen with this landowner, which I know why he wants to do it, and has to do giving that land to the next generation, and so forth. That's why I stand to support this. I've gone through this scenario. Up to this point, members, before I became a rep, I knew nothing about ditch law, knew nothing about drainage law. I'm not a farmer. I've lived in a farm area. I picked a lot of rock in my younger years. That's how I paid my way for college. I lift a lot of bales, not the big round bales that Representative Lillie talked about, the small bales. That's how I paid for it. We were picking rock one time, almost got struck by lightning, and so forth. So I understand agriculture. I understand that very well, but I've never been a farmer. But what I do know is when you work your life, work so hard in your past generation, and you have a state that comes in and defines that land because it was done quickly, late at night. I don't think the room was with smoke because none of the people smoked back then that was on those committees. But long story short, what happened was property got taken away. These folks and their parents and grandparents worked years, generations for this land, and now this land is still defined as a public water, and it's not. We found that in the paperwork back in Mr. Hoagland and his landowners did extensive research, shows clearly that this was dug in 1880 and was not a public ditch at all. It was a man-made ditch, but now it's misclassified. And if we don't stand up to support this amendment from Representative Green, this can definitely happen. This can happen in parts across, especially with the concern of this one watershed district. Using state money, which like Representative Green has talked about, is an endless pit. I have I have a constituent who wants to buy land and they lose out because they don't have the buying power like the state of Minnesota. So now that land will be owned by the state, which, by the way, as Representative Green has talked about, is some of the land that is least taken care of. I have land that when I go from Browns Valley up to Brandon or up to Hoffman or up to Evansville or up to Millerville, Millerville is the
Representative Backer, one second, please.
District.
Representative Backer, members, please try to take your tone it down a little bit or take your conversations outside. Thank you. Representative Backer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've seen land that's not taken care of. So, long story short, this is just some of the reasons why I'm standing to support this amendment, because our farmers, our landowners know how to take care of their land better than anybody else. And if we force that land to something that it's not intended for, and they're not part of the process, that really concerns me. Because up to this point, at least in District 12A, they've never had to use eminent domain yet. But we do know that if we remove the control from local control to more of a one watershed district across the state, we could come across that. So with that, I do appreciate everybody's indulgence, and I do support Representative Green's amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
There being any further discussion to the A1 amendment? Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks, everyone, for the discussion on this. I'll just close up this debate on the amendment with just a couple of things. Representative Lillie did say that he talked to the Lessard Sams, and they don't know of any time when this has been used in outdoor heritage, and so, you know, this is what I kind of mean by deception, and I'm certainly not accusing Representative Lillie of being deceptive, but the way things work, because the funding that comes through here funds our agencies, it funds Bowser, and money goes to the watershed districts, and so in essence, we are funding these things. We are. The money is coming from taxpayer dollars, and it's hurting taxpayers. And the only other thing that I would say is that, you know, we are talking here, and when we're on these final bills and these conference committee reports and whatever, the bill after they come from conference committee, to correct myself, that somehow, because two people made this deal, that now we have to stick to it, because if we break the deal that they made, then that's somehow horrible. Well, I didn't make that deal, first of all, but second of all, it happens all the time. In fact, I believe, and I heard through the grapevine, I don't know what bill it is, but the Senate just amended a bill. And so that bill will have to come here in amended form. We'll vote on it, either take it or we won't. But that's all this will be. This is a good amendment. And I did think I heard Representative Lillie say that he wanted you to vote yes on it, and I hope that you will, because we'll send it over to the Senate. They'll see this language and they'll say, what a great idea. So vote yes. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll. Members voting remotely, please vote. I guess that goes for members in the chamber too. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. One last warning before we'll have the clerk take the roll. Members, please vote. Let's try to get the numbers down. There we go. Seeing some progress. All right. Will the clerk please call the names of those members who haven't voted yet?
Bonner.
Bonner, no.
Bonner, no. Becker Finn. Becker Finn. Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss, aye. Davney.
Dabney votes no.
Davney, no. Drazkowski.
Drazkowski, aye.
Drazkowski, aye. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Franzen.
Franzen, yes.
Franzen, aye. Frederick.
Frederick, no.
Frederick, no. Garofalo. Garofalo. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton votes aye.
Hamilton, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Her.
Her, no.
Her, no. Hollins.
Collins, no.
Hollins, no. Creshaw.
Grisha, aye.
Creshaw, aye. Listlegard.
Listlegard, no.
Listlegard, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Moran. Moran. Mortensen.
Mortensen, aye.
Mortensen, aye. Munson. Munson. Olson L.
Olson, L, no.
Olson L, no. Pearson. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Robbins.
Robbins, aye.
Robbins, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Schultz. Schultz. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Tice.
Tice, aye.
Tice, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Erdahl.
Erdahl, aye.
Erdahl, aye. Joachim.
Joachim, no.
Joachim, no.
Garofalo, aye.
Garofalo, aye. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 66 nays, the amendment does not prevail and the amendment is not, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.